Okay. Now, my god, the heat. Let me just open a window. Absolutely ridiculous, that heat. Whew. Now. Now, I'll try the other section. I did a few minor changes on this to just kind of seal it in a little bit better. Here. Let's see where I'll put the other ones. No, it's not too bad. We gotta have ones. The problem is making them fit. That's the problem. Okay, not too bad. Not too bad. Now, this is where I've got to be very, very careful. I'm not so sure now about that. What else could I use for that? Well, what else have I got in flooring? I've got the brown, maybe. To be honest, the ordinary concrete would be would probably be a better fit on this. I can't splash it up too much with lighting. I can add that later. That may be a slight bit pale. Yeah. Something like that. We can still put a fake roof in here, I'd say. Oh, we definitely need to get this one secured before we even try. There we go. That one is secured. There. I'll come along with my fake one in a moment. Let me see. Okay, we'll start patching. Yeah, we start patching. Oh, let's see if my my stream is being displayed. It's a bit iffy, I'm afraid. Right. It takes ages to scan through these. No, I'm not being displayed, I think. I better check from my my console. I think it's on the blink again. It won't be a moment. Yeah, it's not switched over. I'll have to do it manually. Oh, hi James. Hi, how are you? Just got on a few minutes ago, and my Twitch has been really messed up this past month. I've got to manually do the category. Oh, hi Jill. Hi, how are you? Thanks for the resub. Appreciate it. It's kind of you, Jill. How have you been? Just gotta mess with this stupid thing again and change it over. I'll have to change it to a different one and then change it back. Oh. So I'll change it over to that one and it should come up in a moment. And then when that's set in, I'll change it back to Fallout 4. It should come on. Yeah. Yeah, it's saying Fallout 4 already, Jill, but Twitch is ignoring it. Twitch is not displaying me in Twitch Live. I can check it here from my Xbox. It's a little trick it plays with me. Yeah, it will display it, but it won't show it. Yeah. It's kind of meaningless if it doesn't display me on Twitch Live, you know? Yeah, but it's not displayed. I just checked, like if you type into your web browser Fallout 4 Twitch, you see everyone that's playing. I won't be in there. I just checked it. There's not many. There's only about 12 or 14, maybe 16 people on, and it didn't add me in. The only thing to do is to switch it to another category and switch it back. It's most likely the Assassin's Creed game that messed it up. Most likely. And the Xbox X series as well. It's not too good when it comes to those games. Yeah, it displayed it correctly. Yeah, it did do that. You know, let's say if anyone is looking through Fallout 4 games, yeah, they can see my stream. Oh, yeah, I just checked them. I couldn't find my channel. The last one. Hang on, let me check it again. Yeah, there's 40 people. Yeah, there's 40 people playing Fallout 4. Ah, here it is. Now, Wisebot is kicked in. If I leave that for a few minutes, Jill, and switch it back to Fallout 4 again, the next time it changes the category, it should add me, and then there should be 41, me included. You know what I mean? I think it might be something got to do with that Assassin's Creed game. It might be kind of messing the whole thing up. But the next time that happens, let's say when it displays the right category, and just before I'll change it, you look on, let's say, everyone that's streaming. Yeah. Oh, unbelievably silly. But I used to think that once I got the category name, once it came up, I was okay. But I remember for about 2 weeks, actually no one that I didn't know dropped by it. I thought it was very weird, because usually you get the odd troll at least, you know? And then I kind of copped on what was happening. I wasn't being displayed. The only ones that knew I was streaming is people already following, you know? But it's a combination of three things. Twitch is bad app, Assassin's Creed game, let's say, which is doesn't really like to be streamed, and Xbox. All three systems are not the best. So these are the changes I made, Joe. Let me just save it here. It took me days to figure out what was happening. Well, once I knew something was wrong, but it was going on for a long time. I think in around the same time I started playing the Assassin's Creed game. So that will be our entrance now. I've gone with this kind of roofing section. To do so, I had to drop the sign just a tad. It's still not done. I'm starting to do the cover up here, and I'll do the best I can covering these in. I need something for the edge, and I've gone with... I did a few small changes here, and not much. I intend to use the same kind of balcony here, but I did change the roof to this, which I think is a bit better. And here we couldn't really go with skylights here, so I just closed it, and I'll do something, you know, with the walls in a moment. I intend to put plants and stuff here, and this will be more like a kind of a lounging area. But just the entrance I've got to fix now. Yeah, it's coming along. I think I always knew I'd have to seal this in, you know. This is not a settlement where you can have a really, you know, open space. But these worked out a treat, I think, on this. Now it looks more like a like a train station. Okay, now let me switch it back over, and it should work this time, Joe. The most I've ever had to do this is 3 times. But usually it works on the first go. So click in Fallout 4, done. Now, stream info updated successfully. There we go. Now we wait 4 to 5 minutes. We'll wait till Twitch says we've changed category. And then, or I should say Wisebot. And then that should be it. Well, that's what I've got to do every time, Joe. So I don't take for granted anymore, let's say, when it says the right category. I check it on Twitch Live and see if I'm up there. Now, I'll fill this in, then I'll go with a kind of well, I use, yeah, that might be a bit of a problem. I should be able to come down a bit more, let's say coming into this, and we can have maybe a second false roof here on the edge, but this is the door. Okay, let's see if we can fill it in. This is the kind of glitching part. What can you do? They did the same thing with the windows there on the brick wall. The developers did just glitched it onto the side. You see like this here. They'll glitch that piece on. And they put this in as well. Now, let's see what we can do. So, what you been up to, Jill? Yeah, it's probably what? 1:30, so 8ish PM for you? Maybe 9? Yeah, I'm back. I have to keep manually changing the category till it clicks in, James. I just found you. It shows you're live now. Nice. Yeah, so it clicked in. Ah, that's cool. Yeah, see, I've got to do that sometimes. At least once. Now, let me just see. Yep, I'm in. He's just checking something. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, I'm in. It worked this time around. You see there it comes up now. New category, Fallout 4. So, I've been doing that for how long now, Jill? About well, must be close to a month. A couple of weeks at least. But before, there was nothing we could do until we found out what was going wrong. It was the category is not working properly. Yeah, but I think what kicked it off was the Assassin's Creed game, Joe. They're legendary for not displaying it properly on Twitch and saying that you can't stream. Odyssey was a nightmare for some people, but luckily enough, it never gave me any problems. But yeah, I think what Twitch should do is, well, they'll have to straighten up their app a little bit at least. I don't know what they could do in a situation like that, to be honest. Because Twitch is going to say it's the Assassin's Creed game, which is partly right. But it doesn't explain the fact that then when you're playing Fallout 4, I never had problems with that before. Well, maybe what I'll have to do, maybe once it's changed over a few times after I finish Assassin's Creed, we'll get back to normal. Yeah, definitely. But let's say, apparently, some guys on PC were telling me that console streaming is pretty buggy on Twitch. Yeah, and it seems to be getting worse. But it was never, let's say, 5 years ago, there was never a problem with Assassin's Creed games. Oh, it's not just the assassins. Yeah. Uh, yeah. But this all started when I started messing about with their app and, saying, oh, we're going to cut off the friends list and, we want to be doing this and we want to be doing that. So I think they definitely messed something up somewhere along the line. But they can afford to now, you see, because they've got a monopoly, haven't they? Since Mixer went down, they're pretty much the only show in town. And that always spells trouble, doesn't it? No competition. Okay, that's a bit on the bright side. They're all a bit... Where's the kind of dirty... Okay, we'll go on it and we'll see if we can push... I might have to do wallpaper, I'd say. That's the pity. Oh well. I didn't know I was gonna have to do wallpaper anyway. Here we'll get that kind of dirty look. See, that one is a bit on the bright side. I don't think we have it. There it is. No. My god, I haven't even got the shading. God, I'm so tempted to cover that guy. I don't think they have the shading. The white I have is much the same as the walls. I wouldn't mind doing something like that, but it's not gonna work. That's too big of a job, you know? I don't know, it might be worth... There's not much to cover, just this. I might actually chance it, you know that? If we try and get this covered, Jill. How hard could it be? At least now we have a top section here to hide a lot of this. I know I'm making work for myself, but it could be done. With a bit of work I might be able to do something on these as well. It's possible, I suppose. I don't think it really needs just a ton of extra pieces. But I will have to do something on that. The shading is nasty. Let me see. Oh, there might be something in this one. Hang on. Okay, where's the white one? That's a waste of time. Here's the residential. No, it's all very bright. I'm gonna have to stick with the original then. Okay, we'll try and do it from here now. What I'll do is I'll do another little kind of entrance over this with no door. That would be the best way to do this, I would say. I wonder if we could hide some of this, because that is an eyesore. And we bring both of them in, Joe. You know what I mean? And we'll bring both to the edge, like that. And that would be cool. And then we could hide it with another piece there. Yeah, I think that would work. Pictures, wall art. I will be able to put in some kind of lighting posters, I suppose, after. And I think I'm on the right track with this. Okay. Before we do anything, let's fix this end. See, I've got to stop the stupid snap. You see the snap? Now the wallpaper might actually do that. See that? Yeah, I needed to be on the outside. So I'll do that, and then we should be able to fit one from there. Just give it another snapping point. Don't be so nasty. Oh, I'd love to kill someone for this. Come on. Okay. Be like that. I get 2 half pieces. And that would work the same way. And the entrance was always going to be a bit of a pain, to be honest. See what I mean? It is a desperate situation. I'll have to save it here, and maybe if I remove the roof then place it back again, it might work. Possibly. Yeah, either you've got too many snap points or not enough. Yeah, I'm sealing it totally in. So I'm going to get it all kind of neat. Okay, let's save this. I think we might have to sleep. Yeah, probably. Takes a bit of time to push it together, but I want it to look like it should be there, you know? It was meant to be there. It's all about what you see. Now, this will be well protected from any attacks. They ain't getting in too handy. But it's way better than the open look we had. I always knew anyway this was going to have to be fully sealed. I always knew it would. Now let's see what the other one go in instead. Oh, see, can we get the 4-piece in? Might as well as we're here. There. No, this little guy go back. Yay! We got it. There we go. That looks almost the same level as that. Now this little thing I'll sort in a moment. That's always going to be a bit of a pain. I wanted a dirty look white wall on that, but now right, round 2. I totally don't like that, but I don't think there's much I can do about it. But I do have these guys here. But to be honest, I don't think we could. Yeah, we can give it a try. We can give it a try. I was thinking about pushing ones down and then adding a beading over this. And kind of hiding it. And then doing something with that, but you're talking about a bit of work on this. I use this one here as a snap point, and I'll save this, and then I'll see, you know, I need another one on this, and we can stop it here, and I can get this sealed in as well. We'll find something for that. Sure, I have a few things that would do. And then we'll do every little bit by bit, and we'll eventually get it done. I might even go with some kind of fake roofing in here. Well, that looks okay. Let's see what it looks like on the back. Yeah, that's okay. I think we'll get away with that one. Now, round 2. This is the last, I think, of the really nasty building. We could call this one a little bit of an addition. So, we need to sort this and this as far as here, so we need to see if we can get something pillars probably is the only way to work this one, Joe. Going to bed. Good night, James. Thanks for stopping by and saying hi. I appreciate it. Hope you get a good rest and have a great day tomorrow, James. All the best, James. Bye. Yeah, it's almost 2 for you as well, James. There's no problem getting the side ones in. So, we use something like this, I think, Joe. And then we'll see if we can sort the problem with the brickwork. There's the one we want. Should we just put that there for a moment? Yeah, we definitely, yeah. See, that might be an issue. See what I mean? You fix one problem and it kind of causes another. Let's see if we can find a way out of this problem. Well, that was an experiment gone wrong, so we'll get that out of the way for a moment. Yeah, you see what I mean? Not exactly what I had in mind. Right. This will be easy enough to attach. You know, as we go down the other side. This might be a problem, but you could use, you know, something like this. You know? So not a biggie. And that, we'd probably get away with that there. And I will have to do something with that. That's horrible. Okay. Right. So what could we use on that? We need to find something. Well, before we do, let's seal in this end. You need to stop that snap there, that stupid snap. The only way I know to do that is a piece of wallpaper. No. Nine, it's number 9. Okay, wallpaper it is. Now we turn off the global collision and then we get that one in. And that should work it. Yeah, it'll be worth it to get a decent entrance in, Joe. That was the thing it was lacking. A decent entrance. I've leveled it up pretty decently outside, so... Okay. We need a glitch pillar. That's not bad. I think we can work that one. Okay. Now, stage 2. This will be the hardest part. Yeah, I think I got it. Then I can add the design a little later. Now, this is what I intend to do, Jill. And getting this level will be the highest priority here. This is about, it's going to be a glitch fest. So we tried an error on this one. You don't want to have to be glitched similarly as well. Like so. And we'll probably need another one of those. Now. Okay, so far so good. I can come along then with a fake roof here, and that will cover all that junk. All we need then is a surround. All we need is the surround. Now, so we gotta repeat the process here. You see what I mean? And then the only problem is I can't. I'll have to live with that piece of metal. Oh, we have to go down tons. Tons. Yeah, I might have to adjust that a little bit, I'm afraid. Yeah, should have doing this side first. I don't have quarter panels, unfortunately. Ugh. Oh, this is all silly unless we find out how we're sealing in the front. I know I can go across with the one I said, so I'll put one of those on. It'll have to be one of these, I'd say. Although it might take away from that, so we'll use one of the... Where is that stupid piece? One of those ones. Yeah, well, for a moment we can drop it down in a second. For a moment we'll use that one. Okay. Now this is where it gets dodgy. And then I can sort that little guy. I'll probably have to run that the entire way. So how are we covering this in? Well, the way we did it before was... Where's that old stuff I had? Yeah, might as well go with the brown stuff. That one. That's not bad. But it doesn't give us the side pieces. We could go with something like that. And then we'd have to blend the sides here, but... It's not really hiding the edges, is it? Oh, we see when we get these ones in. Yeah, this is gonna be torture. Well, I think it's time for the wallpaper to help us out again. Quarter piece, is that long enough? Not really. Go on a half piece. Number 9. And we do something like that. And then I'll move the other one into place. We put a fake roof on. Yeah, it always... well, Twitch is really funny, Jill. But especially Sunday. Um, no, sometimes you can midweek or even Tuesday, which are really, really bad nights, and Sunday. Sometimes you could get like 300 views, and sometimes you'll be lucky to get 100. You know, I'm telling you, Jill, I need to be doing a hot tub stream. That's the only way we're going to pull the crowds on in. It's because you have a ramp, yeah. So all those raiders in the wheelchairs can get on. I think the only way to pull the crowds in, I have to be shaking my booty. Exactly, yeah. Playing Fallout in the hot tub. Now, that would be something. I usually don't stream this kind of stuff. It's very nasty trying to get it done. But it's a big, big, big part of this settlement, so it would be something like so. Now, you see how it doesn't look alright to the eye. We'd have to do something probably like that. That's not the worst. But even at that, you know, it would... You see this? Here and here. You would have to come over much, much more. Well, we can't afford to do that because we're lining up with the outside here, which is okay. Now, I suppose... No, that's about right. That's about right. Well, I'll tell you what I'll do with that. Once we get... once I get... 1 second. Once I get the roof in, we can go on the inside with fake pillars, I suppose. That might work. I bet if I was using a webcam and wearing a bikini, I'd get more views. What do you think, Jill? Although I'll have to shave my chest. I'm not sure if I'm up for that. It's quite itchy when you shave your chest. Tried it before. Could shave it to look like a bikini, I could. I could. Well, that's the look we need from there. Now let's see if we've straightened it. Well, it looks to be quite straight. Now, we push this down. Of course, of course, of course. We'll keep tapping away at this. I'll put in my fake roof. And then I'll run another one of these pieces across here and here. Once the fake roof comes in, I think we just might get away with this one. Yeah. Probably. Now, fake roof. Oh, we'll see. Yeah, Twitch is kind of all over the place compared to what Mixer used to be. You know, before on Mixer, even with roughly around the same amount of followers, you'd constantly have, you know, at least maybe, well, 15 at least on a bad night. But even on Mixer, the numbers used to get, you know, reasonably high sometimes. 40, 50 maybe. Even for a small amount of followers. That was the strange thing about Mixer. Now, it was kind of normal on Mixer. I never thought so on Mixer, but on Twitch it is, yeah. I think it's a combination of two things. Well, there's a lot of people streaming on, well, three here on Twitch. There's a lot of people streaming on Twitch. Most of the audience on Twitch is kids. And Sunday is not a great night. Yeah, there's a lot of people on Twitch. There is a lot. Now, let's see if this little trick works. I've been struggling with a bad tummy all day. I still haven't got over that takeaway, Jill. Now this one we have to be careful with. Okay. So we'll have to blot that in with the other stuff we've been using. I don't see much of a choice on that one. Oh, come on, Croc. You know it's here somewhere. There. Oh, we gotta find a way to run it through without it snapping. Well, this is where this guy comes in again, I suppose. Hang on. Hang on. Yeah, that would probably do it. See where I'm trying to get that to snap there on this one. Not exactly playing ball, is it? Let's see if we can find center on this. Roughly. There. Yeah, that's going to be my killer, Jill. That one there. That's horrible. That is horrible. Okay. I wanted to snap onto that one there. Oh, this is going to be fun. Now what it could be is it might be the piece of wallpaper that's giving us hassle, I'd say. I mean, you've had some good numbers here. A few times. Mostly because of raids. But I kind of worked out the stats on this. You'd need, depending... Well, there's a lot. It's hard to work out the stats. It depends on the day. You know, it depends on the game. It depends on everything, but... To have, let's say, 10 people on. Like, I've seen people stream on Fallout 4. One guy in particular. I raided him one time. He had 5 people watching. But over the space of a week he was doing that. And I think the highest he ever climbed to was 10. And then he would usually, let's say, would average about 7 people on. He had something like 15,000 followers. So it's hard to work out Twitch, to be honest. You know, I thought for a while that maybe he was one of those follow for follow guys. You know, because the numbers doesn't justify, you know, that kind of audience. Then I've seen people with 300-400 followers constantly having 15 and 20 people on. I hate to say it because it sounds maybe a bit sexist, but it's just looking at the stats and that. You're most likely to have a bigger audience if you're female on Twitch. Now, that's an easy one because the vast majority of Twitch viewers would be kind of teens, you know, and pre-teens. So it's the audience, really. They had a camera. Some of them. Oh, hi. Hi, Centurion. Maybe I shouldn't be smoking, Joe. My tummy is not great. Now, small mood today, not exactly the happiest. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Centurion. Yeah, if you're a younger woman with a camera. Yeah, the views are there. I know it sounds bad me saying it, but I'm just stating what I see. And it's obvious, because the vast audience on Twitch would be like 15, 16-year-olds, 15 especially. Like, on most channels, let's say if someone came on, you could, it's like a little bit like shooting fish in a bar. You could guess that they're male, somewhere in around the age of 15. I saw you say your takeaway. Yeah, no, totally. It's what, a day after or more. I'm still feeling the effects. And how are you, Lyle? So it looks like, Lyle, I'm gonna have to use the hot tub and the mankini on the next stream. Oh. Yeah, Twitch has changed a lot, to be honest. There's some pretty weird channels. Like, Twitch was always like for gaming, playing Fallout 4 or Witcher, Skyrim or whatever. But lately and there's been, well, not lately, over the past decade, there's a big rise in, what do they call them? Just chatting. Okay, let's try this then. Yeah, it's starting to go all over the place. I can just get this one piece in, and then we'll see how it goes. I don't think it's gonna work for me. Yeah, we could. Ah, you little. We'll make it and we'll see if we can push it in. I like how chill the vibe is on your channel. I don't watch Assassin's Creed streams, but that's, yeah, a Ubisoft thing. Yeah. Yeah, Ubisoft is pretty strange. I did remember they were in the media quite a few times. Toxic working conditions. That's actually all starting to come out. A lot of companies, let's say, well, it's corporate, really. We've seen it in media. We've seen it, let's say, in big news outlets, movie studios. Goes on forever, doesn't it? Where there's tons of money, there's that kind of toxic kind of workplace and lots of stuff going on. I went to bed at 5 p.m. and woke up just a while ago in my dark room and 0 notifications on my phone. Oh. You don't mind me saying something, Centurion. You should never value yourself by likes and notifications. and people wanting to talk to you. Um, you should value yourself, let's say, with, how you act and what you do. If you value yourself, let's say, by how people treat you, it's not a good indication of your self-worth, because most people, unfortunately today, will not treat you very good. But you'll eventually realize this. Ubisoft also is run by a family. Oh, really? So they make friends, oh my god, with predators. They had one guy, Predator, in particular. Yeah. Oh, totally, yeah. Yep, yeah. That I know, Lyle. Yeah. Never, ever, ever, ever fall into that kind of mindset. It wasn't that prevalent, let's say, with my generation, but I see it's becoming a big problem with your generation, Centurion. They seem to value their worth on appearance. Well, let's say some of them do. But, by likes and, how many people want to speak to me. But it's only when you get past that, you'll find some kind of peace. And to be honest, actually I get more attention if you don't care either way. Because if you, let's say, fall for that kind of thing they're doing now, and you're seeking it, people will sense that and, kind of shy away. Because nobody these days want real conversations, if you know what I mean. Or real contact, or friendship, or anything like that. I thought yeah, I do. Well, I make her do it. I haven't kept a phone since I stopped working, Jill. Yeah. Once you get older, Centurion, you'll find that the notifications you'll get on your phone will be people looking for help. So you'll be wishing for 0 notifications. Exactly, Jill. Yeah, exactly. But if you kind of value yourself by what most people value these days, what do they really value? Oh, popularity, good looks, money, all of that kind of stuff. The shallow things, But people who like shallow things are usually shallow people. And you definitely don't need them as friends. There is plenty of people, friends. It's just a matter of finding them, But ever since my kids were young, I've always drummed that into them. Never ever be bothered what other people think of you. In the big scheme of things, that means absolutely nothing. Except the Irish. Oh, Puerto Rican, cool. I used to know a Puerto Rican guy. Worked with him once. Extremely nice guy. But how true it is, I don't know. But I've read that there's actually young females who get really, really depressed when they don't get enough likes on their selfies and stuff. But I remember in my day it was all about, your weight and all of that stuff, and now it's switched to something else. It's a very, very temporary fix. Oh yeah, we gotta do I think we got it, Joe. I think we have it. And that's taken quite some work to get that silly thing in. But that is a big difference to what it was. We just need that piece in there. And then I can brighten it up a little in a second. It's a pity about that piece of metal sticking to the wall, but there's something else I might be able to do with this as well. Oh, ho, ho. He is always the best advice and kind words. You're going to give me a swelled head, Jill. I just believe that you'll never find happiness no matter what you have, unless you're content with yourself. Let's say I have unbelievable hair growth, but if I was starting to go bald, this is my kind of personality, if I was starting to go bald, it wouldn't really bother me. I'd look on the bright side, I wouldn't have to comb or wash my hair again. But if I was left with a little bit on top, I'd just shave it like Vin Diesel. It wouldn't bother me. No. But there's some people that have that kind of personality, so it's easy for them, There's a lot of things. Nature, nurture, there's a lot of things involved. But the key thing Centurion is, you feel a certain way now, let's say. But within a year or two, or whenever, maybe even less, you'll look back at that and you'll even wonder why it even bothered you. You know what I mean? These are phases, in a certain sense, a little different to the ones, let's say, that my generation went through. But do you know what the problem is as well, Jill? Like, I've been around before internet was a thing, or even cell phones. Like, when I was a kid, small towns and stuff like that, so there was no games, wasn't even much TV. We only had a couple of national radio channels and they were useless. And if we did go maybe once a week to the cinema, it was a big thing. So you only know your little small group of friends in that town. So you were kind of content with that. But let's say since, this social media thing, you've got more to compare your life to. But you're comparing it to the very elite, if you know what I mean. Or maybe you're even comparing it to a kind of catfish who is saying and doing one thing, but in reality, their life is much different, so they're putting up a front. Yeah. And I think social media has a lot got to do with it. It has. Now we have just one little piece to go. But I've always believed that the real beauty in a person is their compassion and empathy. Everything else after that is just a bonus. Money and looks, you can lose that. But a good soul is priceless. No, exactly. Exactly. You see, in my day, I hadn't much to compare my life to, you know? But there's always going to be someone somewhere that seems to have a better life or more friends or, nicer stuff. Oh, hi Ripper. War never changes. No, it doesn't. Oh, yeah, just doing a little bit on this and kind of cleaning it up. Hope you're doing well, Reaper. Cool. Ah, that's not too bad. We're definitely getting there. Now, this is what I was thinking. Let's just save this here. Oh, my dogs are snoring. I better get something for Rex to stop him snoring. I'm so impressed that you managed to spend so much time in Hangman's Alley. Yeah, I spent a good bit of time. But then again, I've been only doing this every second day, Lyocase, because of Assassin's Creed. And then the little bit of work I used to do before I came on, I've been doing it now on Assassin's Creed as well. So it's taking me much longer. Oh, nice. They're coming in 2 weeks. Now, let's see. Okay. Let's have a look at this. Okay, we can go with that for the moment. Now, this is what I was thinking. Yeah, I've changed it a bit, Lyle. We've gone with this here. And there's something like that here, which I'll do some other little changes on it later as well, and yeah, it's coming along. But this is about the most detailed build I've ever done on this settlement. But bit by bit it will come into shape. Bit by bit. One step at a time. Bit like life. Now, well, the entrance is not too bad. It's a pity about the windows that the developers put on the walls that I can't get rid of. I'm gonna have to live with them, I suppose. Yeah, that's actually got a door that we can close. So, this is what I'm thinking here now. Where are you? There's that red rocket stuff. Oh my. Red rocket, red rocket. There. And there. And I'll push it in a little bit tighter in a moment. And that will kind of, you know, cover the little bits of metal that was there. Let me change the settings, and I don't think putting 2 on it would really benefit it. Oh, maybe. It is a nice kind of tight fit. No, just 1 on one side. I put something different on the other. Now, let me see if I can get some more soda. My tummy seems to be settling a bit, so it's not too bad. Right, I'm changing on this. I'll patch this wall in a second. That's going to be my next project. So, that's the way it goes, a little project every time. I just need to smack that in a tiny bit closer. You see that windmill thing I put up? It's casting a nice shadow as well. It's great how much work they actually put into this game, you know. I put up that windmill. Look at the shadow. I've seen how they did that system they used. There's a new well, they're doing something with the Unreal Engine 5. Let's say before, if something was casting a shadow, you'd move it and the shadow would still be stuck. But now, let's say with this new engine they're making, the shadow will literally move with you, getting everything spot on pixels. Okay, that's not really gonna... yeah, okay. No, it'll have to do. That will do. Okay, we want our exit, don't we? We want something here on this. There's this little something we can do just to just to finish this. Well, there's only one thing I could think of. I would have to use one of these again. I would have to push it through and like this. I don't think I can stop it from snapping, that nasty little turd. Come on. Probably not. Not exactly what I was looking for. Let's see what we've got in our little storage area. I'll have a crack at this as well. I'm tempted to do something with that, but that's probably just wasting my time. But for the meantime, we can do something kind of simple, I suppose. This is the dirty white brick. We don't have that. Strangely enough, we have it on top beading, but we haven't got it in walls. I'm sure I have it in paper here somewhere. Probably. Okay. You could do something like that. You see how bright it is? It's an absolute killer. I prefer to go with the other one, to be honest. And the wallpaper is not much better. We'll try the other one. Well, that would be a problem for the windows also then. You know, if we were to use them on the windows, but I don't even think we could. They'd lich them all quite flat on that. I'll be honest, I am mega tempted to cover it with wallpaper. I'm extremely tempted to cover it with wallpaper. Let me try. I'm not going to be happy until I try. And then I'll put the half piece in. Then I'll use the pillars. We can use those for the half pieces as well. It wouldn't take much work, to be honest. A bit low. Well, we can use it here. I'll probably have to change the settings for them ones. And I think we'd probably get away with it. See that there now? Like that. That's not a bad job, Jill. Oh, Jill. Yeah, Jill B. Yeah, that's Jill. Yeah, he's still waiting for his glasses to come back. His sibling damaged them. Yeah, I think that would work, guys. You know, just to take the really bad look from this. I think it would make a big difference, to be honest. The only thing we'd have to contend with then is that. Yeah, we'll go with that one. I'll make the pieces. Have them ready, of course, of course. Now I get to change the settings again. And now we should be able to make this look a little better. Smashed it. Couldn't be replaced, yeah. Well, I remember, like, you know, once you scratch, you know, your glasses, it's a waste of time. You know, once the lens is always the most expensive thing to get done. You know, the frames, within reason, you know, they're reasonable enough, but yeah, once they get scratched, or yeah, that's pretty much it. There. Now, I'm going to try something strange here now in a second. Let's see if we can match those walls. something a little bit crazy. Now, I need to make these other guys, and we'll see if we can get them to cover that. I don't know if it will work, to be honest. We'd want something like that. And see if we can run it in along there. And then we're going with a little side one. We'd have to use the centerpiece here as our guide. Could do something very similar in that if I could get lucky with it. You see that? To hide that one. Wow, might have to push it back in, but you see where I'd be going with that one. This is the one we'd have to work with. We get this as centered as we could. This is a big gamble. Maybe. I'm not sure if we get away with this. Yeah, I'd need to push it up a bit. Yeah, to hide that. Just a fraction. Or maybe not. If anything, we should be bringing it down a bit. Oh, we could if we wanted to. You see what I mean? I would hide a lot. And then if we wanted to, you know, we could carry up from here. If this allowed us. You know, pushing a side piece in and covering that completely. Possible. Okay. Well, I need a piece on the inside as well. Yeah, I could probably come up a little bit more on that. Possible. Well, let's see, is that enough? Still some more. Okay. That would work. That might work. Now the reason being, obviously I can't push it into this, is this edge here. But who knows, I might be able to, you know, add another centerpiece again. Complicated. I wouldn't be going in much anyway. Okay, let's check these guys here. That's not the one I want. There you are. And then I got another one in the other side. And we could cover up these as we go down along. look at that. Same there, and then I'll have a look at the top. I think so, it looks a lot better than it was. I think. Okay. I wonder if... Yeah, hang on. I'll save this. I wonder if I could use... No, probably not. That piece instead of the other one. Possible, I suppose. Okay, let's find out. I know exactly what I'll do on that one. And I'll pull out the wallpaper to meet these in a second. Probably. Like that. Yeah, it's kind of looking up, isn't it? Do the same on the other side. It's a pity it's buried into this, but it's just no other way of doing it. That I'll fill that with something later. I don't think we'll even have to. I don't think we're going to be seeing that. Not when the other one goes up. Yeah, that might work. Now. Okay. It's a little better. I'm trying to get the guy in the middle. In vain as well. Pity. Looks like I'll have to be guessing it. That would do. Okay. Let's move on. Just a couple more pieces to do, and then we'll see if we can sort this little guy out. I'll have to get it out to the edge. Or where it's supposed to be. Quite a bit. Quite a bit. Something around there, and then we'll have to see if we can fit these guys back. Hello, Rex. Where have you been? Yeah, it's always been bugging me, the side of that building. That should do it. And just blend the other corner. It's gotta be better than the way it was. Absolute eyesore this. There's a good chance I can cover the entire thing. I'm not too sure about this. I'd probably have to come across with something similar that, well, maybe just for there. Might work. Just might work. Again, I've been thinking that that one is off a mile, that one there. Well, I can measure these here. It's got to be 2 off the back. I can't really see it from here. But I can measure it from here, I'd say. About a full brick. Oh, we just go on to there, I see. And that would probably do it. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Here we go. Think we got it. So, did you do anything outside of the house today? No, just went to the store. And that's all. The heat has been pretty bad. I'm not too good with the heat. I used to be brilliant, but now I can't seem to deal with it, Joe. No, I'd much prefer to stay inside. You know, where I've got my fans and stuff. Yeah, just groceries and things like that. And I picked up some, what did I do? Oh yeah, renewed some insurance or something. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I'm no good for heat. I used to be brilliant. But then I had no choice. I was working outside, you know, and got a kind of immune to it. But since I've stopped doing that, I tend to dislike it again. There. And one of those. And that's the bottom section. And that's about as neat as it could ever possibly be. Yeah, that's as good as it gets, Stu. That's as good as it gets. See this one here? There. And that is a massive difference. And I'll fill in this little piece in a second. And then we'll have a look at, what we can do on the top. We just need one of these guys, to go up the side. Blah, blah, blah. And then I'll have a quick look at this. Yeah, way better. See, now it's matching. I know it's not ideal that it's coming in view of this, but that's definitely not ideal. And we needed our entrance. I was really considering closing it up. But all we can do is, hide it the best way we can. Well, once I get my lights and stuff on this, it will look okay. This will be a nice section to put some kind of poster or something, some lit poster. Something like that. I always had an eye to fixing that. Yeah, it's the little things, isn't it? Advertisement, yeah, exactly. Exactly. But it's tedious doing that part of it. But would you believe it's fun? Get something that bad and try and, or out of place, I should say, and try and make it suit it a bit more. Now, but our little car park has come a long way, hasn't it? For the ladies, definitely. For the ladies. Now, round 2 of this little fiasco. I can change these for fans, Jin. I've got some fans that might look the part. I have it saved and I'll show you. Now remember, we're not relying on these for light. These are just for look. I'll be putting in the invisible lights. So, either these two, or I have a plan with this one. Something moving is always good. Something that's not kind of static. So, I'll show you these. getting them to go there is another thing. Yeah, let me change the settings. There's a letter B in the sign. Oh, I forgot to move it down. I forgot to move it down. I moved it a minute ago to fit the roof in. There. I will have to move the whole sign a fraction, won't I? It's just slightly off. There's what on this side 4, on this side 3. Yeah, I moved it a little bit for to fit the roof. I had to push it down a bit. Apparently I misjudged it. I forgot to put the B back. The moving parts would be great if we could. If we could make it work. If we could make it work. Oh, hi Raindrop. Hi Blues. How are you? Keeping well, I hope. We're at Hangman's Alley. And we're making a Raider Nightclub. I want to see if this would give us what we want. So I'd have to get up here and we'd have to and that would take a lot to do, Joe, because it's a nasty little thing. Maybe something like that. You see, it's not fitting up onto that. I'd probably have to change the settings. What do you think? Those? Or those? We can see later. We can see later. We have bigger fish to fry. I'll load this up and I'll show you what I've been doing, Blues. This will be a kind of Raider nightclub. We'll have ghoul dancers, ghoul barman, and we're thinking about bringing in Hancock as security. I might even use that knife mat I used on Jill on Bates Motel for Hancock. Well, we've been a while at this one. We put ourselves in a little power generator windmill. So that will be our club. We have a good bit of it done. We'll have to put a DJ booth here, but our dancer will be here. We'll have a barman in here. The bar is probably finished. And this part as well is mostly done. This was the car park. Or bike park, I should say. This causes a lot of problems. And then the bedrooms. We've got those upstairs. A raider biker gang. That's the one. That's the one we're looking for. So this will be our little laundry area. Bathroom. We're going to make this some kind of indoor garden kind of relaxation area, I suppose. Bedrooms here. Oh, that might make a decent gym as well, Jill. And this is our bedroom. Or bedrooms, I should say. And that will lead out to another balcony here, which this is what we're fixing now. And then our way out. Well, we've come a good bit on this. Yeah, I remember the last one I had here. Much different from this. A lot less work. It took me only about 1/3 of the time I've already spent on this one. But still nasty enough to finish. Nasty enough to finish. Okay, top section on this. Right, let's get working on it. No, I don't think there's much that we can do with the actual window. Yep, a raider biker gang. Oh. Maybe. Oh, just make the piece and then we'll see. All we can do is give it a shot. It's kind of weird. It's actually not a bad look. Let's have a look at that for a moment. Interesting. I definitely won't get away with it here. Nah, it was okay the way it was. I don't like the covering over of that edge. Ah, Croc. Oh, it doesn't matter. You just check it anyway. Okay. Now, let's see if I can get this. That was my only major problem left. That was our only obstacle. Decent chance of actually fixing this. Pretty decent chance of fixing it. I think we've run into a little snag. Just a tiny snag. There you go. There. And now I can start to patch it. You're feeding the puffers. Oh, that never gets old, Joe. Yeah, I think I found a way around this. I can center it off with this, and then we can fill it in and totally hide that window. I think. Yeah, from here you can see. And then that's it coming in with the other stuff, and then I can put the wallpaper down the other side as well. And that one needs to be moved up, doesn't it? I can actually see the windows from there. That's if I can ever get up. Come on. You see that? There. Yup. They were hungry. Oh. Oh, a few of these and then we'll see how much of this we can hide. I could almost... Oh, let me see. Just leave that there for a moment. Use this big guy here. There. There. Might be the hardest one to get, but we could probably push those to the edge. And then we use the half beams again on that, and that's bye-bye to our window. And I have room for some advertisement signs or something. I might just put one right there in the center and the rest some kind of discrete seating, if we could. Something that doesn't come out too far. Or bins, or we'll use something. Or maybe even, let's say, some electrical pieces. Let's see if I can stop that stupid snap. That's going to be a problem. You're getting there. Now, it reminds me. Yeah, do you know what it reminds me of, Joe? Actually reminds me of something. The old Victorian sewer system in London. That's what it reminds me of. Very, very similar in architecture. Yeah, it's sorted out. I just couldn't live without water, you know what I mean? It was horrible. It was horrible. This is a little bit better, not much, but the fact that it's crouching over the door space, but there's not much we could do about that. It shows the lesser of two evils. See what I mean now? Okay. Let's see if we can get something to hold that. Stop it from glitching. Let's see if we can stop it from glitching. I won't stop that from glitching. Maybe if we get up and get to it from a different angle. Very last piece on that. That's just a pain, isn't it? Yeah, it's about the angle then, isn't it? I see, just pull it over a little bit, but this is going to be a slow process because I can't really... I need something to stand on. I need something to stand on. I need more than something to stand on. That's funny, it was working a moment ago. Only from that side. That's weird. That's roughly what we're looking for, Joe. There. We have it done all the way to here, and it's just that little piece to do. It's barely 10 p.m. on a Saturday night, and I'm already in bed. You're getting old, Jill. I suppose there was a time you'd only be coming to life around this time. Yeah, same for me. It would be unthinkable for me to even be at home at 10 p.m. on a Saturday night, or Friday for that matter either. You're slowly getting back into Dragon Age Inquisition. It's taking a hot minute, but I think I'm getting there again. The grind on the characters is quite good. What I love doing in the missions, you know, you have so many companions. You'll get rogue stuff, you'll get mage stuff and warrior stuff. You know, kind of passing them out. You know, the better ones for your companions and getting rid of the old stuff as you're going along, kind of upgrading them as well. Ah, for 15 years. Ah, I see. Oh, I used to go out a lot. Well, on the weekends at least. On the weekends. But it never really bothered me if I didn't or not. It was just as well. It was just as well. Now, let's do little pieces. Let's see if we can do it on a little basis. There. That looks kind of decent. We get rid of that piece as well. Our only problem is that nasty piece. But I might have a fix for the whole entire thing in a moment. I just might. Yep. Oh, hi Yoshi. Hi. How have you been? Keeping well, I hope. Yeah, the storyline is quite good, isn't it? But I always managed to get a good kind of hook story, didn't they? Dragon Age. It is, isn't it? Yeah, it is. There's a lot of grinding in it. But with the DLCs, it's much better. Oh, the usual, just building away, chatting, Yoshi. Yeah, yeah. I used to call him Irony as well, but it's Iron Yoshi. O2. That's the problem with English, isn't it? You know, once you stick words together. I used to call him, yeah. I think it's an anime character, isn't it, Yoshi? There, just that little bit to do. And we've done a good job, Joe. From what it was. I think so, yeah. We speak baseball bat here in the wastelands. Right, one more piece of this. We use that to, oh, hang on, we just might use that all together. But I don't want to chance that. It's nasty for snapping the stuff. We don't want it to snap to, so we'll be using that one. Now we take this back out of the way, and then we push this one in. Oh, we might get away with just one piece, would we? Probably. Probably. Probably get away with it. Ah, I see. I see. That's probably the way we'd have to level it up. We just give it a touch like that. So you get it right here. And there we go. Now we're gonna figure out what to do with the corner. Nice. Yeah. Now, we sleep and we save, of course. And then we'll take on round 3. Now I'll show you this sign that I thought was too big for inside, but might actually be pretty decent here. I've always thought them a tad big for inside. It looks about the right size here. And there's another thing we can use as well, I suppose. I'm going to try these 2 things. There's this. Which I think is the perfect size. Or, alternatively, I've always found them a bit big, but I've got other ones, nice ones. There's that. Well, it's not really centered, but there's that one. Oh, hi Boone. Hi. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. That's kind of you. And welcome, raiders. How have you been? Hi, guys. Hi, Jimmy Ninja and oh, hi, Blonde. Yeah, we're starting to kind of close down on this. I've sealed off this end of it, and we're trying some designs on this. There was a really nasty window frame here. You see all this junk, and we've managed to cover it all. So we'll probably put some nice seating or something on the front. I'll save this one and I'll show you how much we've done so far. Hi Turin. Hi, how are you? Oh, that's good to hear. Yeah, fine. I hope you're doing well, Boone. Hi Duru. Finally cured myself. Had to go full-blown vampire. Oh my god, lord. And then go to Dawnguard. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Start some errands. Didn't know we had Harkham, but Gunmar did. Nice. Oh, hi Blue Elvis. Hi Wolfraz. Hi Phoenix, hi, how are you? And thanks for the follow, Wolfraz. I appreciate it and welcome. So let me save this boon and I'll show you. I don't know, did you see this one boon? And this is Hangman's Alley. And we're going for a kind of raider nightclub. We'll have Ghoul Dancer, Ghoul Barman, and we'll probably bring in Hancock for security in this one. So we put a decent amount of work into this. Hangman's Alley was always been a bit of a hard one to fix. That's some junk I have in the way. So we're still in the process of actually fixing it. So this will be our nightclub. Is Fallon immortal? If you kill Fallon, how do you... Yeah, cure... Oh, the guy in Immortal, yeah. Yeah, you're kind of buggered in, aren't you? But I never checked to see if he's essential. I think he is, actually. I think I tried to kill him once to see if he was. So this would be kind of a smoking outside section, and we'll eventually get a DJ booth in here. We'll have a Ghoul Dancer here on this, but still needs some decorating. And we'll have to do something with this after. I've finished my bar, I think. And we'll be able to get an NPC in here. Right here. That won't affect it, just spawn inside. Being a raider nightclub, we went with this stuff. A little recreational area here, and then you've seen us fixing up this part here. And this will be our entrance. Here, I better get back into build mode. There's a piece in the way. I'll just get this out of the way. Oh, I finished another settlement as well, Boone. We based that one on the movie Congo. I don't know if you ever seen the movie, but it's based on the Michael Crichton novel, I think. You know, the Lost King Solomon's Mines, the Lost City of Zinj. You know, the killer guard apes and all that stuff. So that's roughly what it looks like outside. And of course we've added our new entrance. Well, we're well outside of the red zone here, so I had to glitch those ones in. Not a lot. I might be able to cover that in some way eventually. But that is a bit of a problem. But this still needs a good bit of decorating. Upstairs we finished the bedrooms and we're going with 2 patios. Still needs a bit of work. We went with a laundry area here. Bathroom here. And I don't know what I'll do here. I think I'll put in lots of plants and, you know, some chairs and things. And this is our bedroom. Now, we'll wait till dark. I did a bit on the lighting in here. Great movie. Oh, you seen it? Yes, I have one in Duro. Just one. They're kind of glitchy. I managed to get one to work. Yeah, I tried to get him on the main floor. But it's Hangman's Alley. I think when the developers were doing it, they glitched a lot of junk, beneath the map. So this is our bedrooms. But I'll be able to get in at least one go dancer. Now, I still need lighting here, obviously, and it still needs a bit of work. And I'll need lighting here as well. And that's it. That's everything I've done on this one. I can show you guys another build I did just before this. That one went quite quickly. That one went in 96 hours, or 46 hours. We've been probably 100 on this so far. Let me see, 24, 48, 72, 24, 48, 68, 70, 75 hours on this one. Yeah, I can get one go dancer on this pole, Dora. Which makes a good spot. It still needs a bit of work. And here I think I'll put a DJ booth and I'll just go with that seating on this side. I might do something out here. I'll try and get some dance mats out here if I can. I have Duro. Charlton Heston. Great movie. I must watch it again. Yeah, he was a cop in that one and he was investigating a murder. You remember the part where he stole the strawberry from the spoon and then he stole the spoon? I remember Soylent Green and the Omega Man. Great movie. Yeah, that was Charlton Heston. I've seen it, yeah. So that's Hangman's Alley. Now the last one I did is a lot different. This is Sunshine Tidings. Yeah, got me eating apple cores as a kid, really. So this is Sunshine Tidings. I know it doesn't look much like it, but this one took, I think, 46 hours to do. It's much different on the inside. Basically, we've just, surrounded it in stone like this. All the way around. We've used, every inch of this spot. We get a bit of a frame drop outside, but once we hit the top of the stairs, we'll be good. And there we go. So that's our entrance. And these are killer gorillas. They don't look much like killers, but so we've gone with a tempo on this one. Large pool. This goes all the way around. This took the longest time to do the plant work on the ground. Yeah, it's kind of peaceful, isn't it? And this is our explorers camp. We've got 5 explorers and hence the 5 sleeping bags and rucksacks.
Need to get back to Diamond City one of these days. Biggest town I ever saw. You hear about that farm run by ghouls? Isn't that something?
Easy living, this is.
And the bullwhip for that guy.
My back hurts, my feet hurt, everything hurts.
And our little base camp tent. So as I said, it goes all the way around. And of course our waterfall. Oh, we've added some fish on this one. And our gorilla feeding area. And these are supposed to be diamonds. Oh, hi Roadrunner. Hi, how are you? Keeping well, I hope. Yeah. How have you been? Oh, fine, thanks. Yeah, I hope you're doing well also. And something like this. And it goes all the way around. Now, we did a bit with the lighting here, and we do have a diamond mine. Ah. So, what have you been up to today, Roadrunner? Now we'll sleep till night. And I'll show you the diamond mine. You just woke up. Ah. Now I've gotta fix the weather here before we do this. So this is what it looks like at night. I just glitched some yellow lighting into the trees to kind of create that look. And of course the tempo and the pool. Now what we've done is our diamond mine is this little secret entrance to the old behind the waterfall trick. And this is our diamond mine. And that's it, guys. That's Sunshine Tidings. Make my coffee, complained about my hand to everyone who would listen, and found your email that you are live. Nice. So that's what I did on this one, guys. Now, I'll get back to Hangman's Alley, and we'll grind out, the last part of the car park. But if anyone's new and wants to see any of the other settlements, I've done the White House at Far Harbour, Alcatraz Prison, a Red Rocket Team biker bar, and a cultist settlement. on Nuka World there's only one settlement. I've done a kind of institute build where it's kind of, Jurassic Park meets the institute kind of thing. I did a huge botanical biodome at Grey Garden, a huge hospital, medical centre build at County Crossing. That was the longest settlement time ever I spent on that one. And an absolutely huge build at Spectacle Island. And that was a large cathedral and graveyard based on Salisbury Cathedral in the UK. And that's all I can think of. Oh yeah, I did do Croup Manor, and that one we fixed that up, based on the Hitchcock movie Psycho, the Bates Motel kind of thing. So if anyone wants to see any of those, just give a text and I'll fast travel. Well, I'll load that one up. Oh, hi, daughter. Hi, how are you? How have you been keeping? Well, I hope. Your tag seems familiar. Were we speaking a long time ago? About 12 months ago, maybe a little more. I was doing, maybe a little more. I was building at, where was it? Starlight Drive-In. I was doing the big casino on that one. Maybe a little over 12 months. Or maybe it was just a similar tag. Oh, nice. Nice. Yeah, I was speaking to someone with, a good while ago, maybe over 12 months ago, with a very similar tag. Probably. And that's, what's the name of this settlement again? Sunshine Tidings, and this was, well, I use Xbox. I'm playing on Xbox, and these are the free mods from Bethesda, the modders, so they don't cost anything, like Creation Club. Oh, that's cool. That's cool, our daughter. Oh, Earth Angel, yeah. I remember the last time I've heard that one. That was featured in Back to the Future, wasn't it, with Michael J. Fox? Earth Angel, yeah. Oh, hi Hufflepuff. Oh, fine, thanks. Doing well today. Hope you're doing well also. Now, let's get back to Hangman's Alley. And we're doing a kind of Raider Nightclub on this one. Well, I can't complain. I have a bed full of animals right now. So happy. Your dogs, yeah? Same here. Now, I need to double load this so we don't bug out. And then we'll carry on with the building. This one, Earth Angel, will be a large Raider Nightclub. So I'm not sure if you've seen this one. That will be our entrance, but we're still fixing it up. These kind of ones, let's say like Hangman's Alley, take a lot of time to do, to fix them up. Oh, hi iRock. Hi. Oh, fine, thanks. And I hope you're doing well. So, how have you been, iRock? Keeping well, I hope. Oh, I didn't see the follow. Oh, my apologies. Yeah, thanks for catching that one, Jill. Thanks for the follow, our daughter, 17. I appreciate it. And welcome. Hi, Igma. Hi. How are you? Keeping well, I hope. I shall set the music tonight, yeah? Ah, that's good to hear. I rock. But I changed this build a little bit. I've covered it over. It's starting to look a bit like a train station now, isn't it? And I did manage to get some kind of look on the entrance, and I've changed this as well here, so it's starting to take shape now at last. But I had to do it in stages before I could, see how it's going to work out. Change the roofing system a bit. And I think lots of plants and seating in here are kind of greenhouse conservatory type thing. And a small change here as well, so I'm kind of adjusting the build as I go along. But it's always been that way. If you don't build something from scratch, here there was a lot of things in the way. You're constantly adjusting it until you get it right, but I think it's starting to come into shape. Now, we'll load this up, or sleep, and then we'll see if we can get the entrance finished. We were checking out a few things here on this, what would kind of work on the wall, but I do know what's going in there. That will have to be some kind of outdoor seating. That's the only thing we'll get away with there. Bet you can't guess what I was doing earlier. Playing Skyrim, maybe. Would I be right in saying that, Blonde? Exactly, yeah. This is such a small build. It's hard to make it look roomy, alright, yeah. But it will take a lot of time because, you've got to keep everything pretty close to the wall. But the way you designed it as well, it doesn't have to be big. Make sure you don't open up too much, and at the same time, you don't close it down a lot either. You just do it in sections, and it eventually comes together. I wish I could go back to my first Fallout 4 playthrough. It did, didn't it? But it's always the way, your first time on a playthrough. I feel that way about Skyrim, Igma. I get very envious when, someone is playing Skyrim for the first time. No, he hasn't been on tonight, Igma. But he was on yesterday, yeah. You knew, yeah? A wild guess, Blonde. A wild guess. A wild one. Okay. So, there's that, and then there's this. But I think this might be a bit on the flashy side. We've got to retouch up that sign in a moment as well. And I'll see if I can do something with the front. We might have to possibly extend the wall out a bit. You see here? And I might be able to actually cover that with something. I will give it a try. And I'll see if I can cover it with something. I doubt we can get it done, but it's definitely worth a try. Now there's that, Joe. Or, which might be a little bit on the flashy side, we'll see. Providing I can make it work, that is. See, the bottom part, I really despise it on this statue. But if we were to use it, it would have to be something like that. You know, we couldn't extend it out because of this. Even at that, it would be hard to hide. That's the problem with that statue. Now, there's still yet another option. There, these ones here. Pop your scam a long time ago. Yep. About on release, actually. Yeah, my wife bought it for me, a physical copy. I think it was around Christmas or something. So I still actually have it, even though I've got a digital version. And that was the first time I played Skyrim. I think I only have one more standing stone to get. Oh, nice. I was playing, I'm level 68 and realised I haven't done much. Yeah, it can go that way sometimes. I do love the sign having 69 on it though. Yeah. Vegas was a hoot. Yeah. Oh, New Vegas. Yeah, it was. I loved New Vegas. I thought out of all of the Fallout 4 game, or all of the Fallout series, it was the most immersive. I think they did everything right in that game. Didn't like the way the story kind of verged off, let's say. You know, you went with a house, or you went with the NCR or the Legion, you know, for the achievements. So I had to do a save on that, let's say, to get the achievements in one playthrough. And like all of the old ones, it's a pity you couldn't play it after you finished the main story. You know, like Fallout 4. It was absolutely brilliant. Everything seemed to work in it, didn't it? You know, even the sounds and, you know, you'd be going around with your gun and you'd be shooting insects in the leg and the heads, getting the little bonuses. Yeah. And it was pretty tough as well, you know, no matter how much you... It's a pity about the cap on it as well. That kind of killed it for me. I found the most useful perk was Jury Rigger on New Vegas. There should have been more with the powder gangers, I thought, as well, on New Vegas. Well, you never even did the Legion. Well, I did, but I think I went with the NCR, so I did a House's version and Yes Man, or whatever his name was, to get the achievements. Then I did the Legion, and then I loaded back my save and went with the NCR. Just like Skyrim, let's say, or even Fallout 4. They were the lesser of a lot of evils, you know. Let's say much like the Empire, let's say, in... or the... It is the Empire, isn't it? In Skyrim. There's these ones as well, Joe. Well, that's too big. Well, they all might be too big. Okay. Okay. So that seems to be the best option. Now, there's something else here. But I don't think it would fit. But if it did, it would be awesome. Where is this guy? Let's see if I can find it. I think it might be here. It's a very, very large Nuka-Cola sign, but I'm not sure if it's here. It's been a long, long time ago since I used it. Guys, stop barking. I'd love to be able to delete a lot of these because I don't use them. And there's so many it takes ages to scan through them. Caps in New Vegas. Yeah, and were pretty easy to get. And I liked the little postal system they had where you could dump your junk, you know, and send it to another place. Yeah. I went leisuring spinning and went to work on Lakeview Manor. Nice. A bit of bedrooms and a kitchen, and I'm already up to 78 again. Cool. Legion ending at home. It was more interesting, yeah. Even though, no, it was far from that. New master, oh, remastered, really. That must be for PC. But they did a bit of work on New Vegas as well, didn't they, on PC? The modders. No, it's not here. Okay, it must be a not your average neon then. It's probably here, but I think it might be a bit big. But I was hoping to use this somewhere. There it is. It's quite a nice sign. But I think it might be too big for here. Yeah, it's a bit on the big side. I wonder could we use it outside? Well, you see that's the red zone there, so... I don't know if we could actually use that. I suppose we could eventually. But I hide a lot of that junk on the walls as well. Nah, I'd want to find a decent spot for it. You see there where that club sign is? I wonder would it fit in there? Like on, oh really, on console, Microsoft bought up Bethesda and said, yeah, they said it was possible. It remains to be seen. But I would definitely get a remastered version. All I'd have to do is take the cap off, you know, give us a bit more graphics and maybe make use of the stuff that was already there and make them into quests. And I wouldn't have to do a ton of work. I'm gonna go ahead. Yeah, I think you should, Igmar. It's quite a good game. And it's cheap now. Yeah, I don't think you regret it. And thanks for the host, Hufflepuff. Appreciate it. I'm just trying a few things on this and then we get back to building. Now, I still think it's too big for this, but we can give a look at it anyway and see. Oh, I think we have a winner, Jill. I think we have a winner. What I'd have to do with that, Jill, is, you see where I have this here? I would have to slip off the two back walls. I would have to put one more down this end, and then we can push that in instead of the walls. What do you think of that? I think it would work. I'd have to remove the two walls, and I'd have to put another one of these beams that's here, you know, right down this edge, and then we could slip that one in and we could hide the edges. Yeah, let's get to work on that. It'll give us a break from the other side. I needed something for there anyway. Yeah, we'll take a break on this. We've been at this since I came on. And I can get back to it then, let's say, after a little rest. And we can work out the little problems on that. Right, let's see what we can do on this one. I don't think I can use these, but I've held them around just in case, but to be honest, I don't think I can use those statues. Do I buy it with Oh, don't buy it unless you get the DLCs. Igma. Make sure you get the Game of the Year edition, or at least get the Season Pass with it. Or you have to get the DLCs. You'll be getting Dawn Guard, and you'll be getting... you'll be getting quite a few. Yeah, the Special Edition has all of that. You'll be getting the Hardfire Homes as well. Hardfire DLC. Yeah, make sure it's the Special Edition. The SE edition of Skyrim. Yeah, it's automatically has all of the DLCs. Igma. Oh, you'll totally, for $21, yeah, you'll totally get your money's worth. But you'll find yourself playing it endlessly. It's a kind of, a little bit of a slow burner, let's say, you know, when you start it. It's a bit confusing in that. But once you get into it, yeah, you'll grow to like it. Now we'll get rid of these two for a moment. I'll get my sign. And where was it? Not your average neon. We'll build our sign. I'll take out... The reason I'm taking the other two walls out, I'll have to push this sign in, I'd say. And I don't want the brickwork showing through. And I don't need this coming out too far either because it'll show the edges, so I'd say this is our best option. I think this is only the third time I've used this sign. I got Fallout 76 too. Oh, nice. So that's our sign. So we put one of these in and then I'll remove these. But I'll hold on to them for a while just in case. I might be able to use them out front. But how I'll do it in a red zone is another thing. Now, it should go quickly. Now we need to stop the snap on that, so what can I use? Probably this. Just might snap it. Well. No, that's not stopping the snap. Okay. No, that doesn't stop the snap. I'll have to remove the wall. Okay, we're removing the wall. I have to be careful here. That looks roughly what we want. Now, you see, that's all the junk I was hiding behind it. I don't know, that doesn't look too bad. Yeah, that kind of works. Here, let me save it here. It's not too bad. I think that would work. I don't think I'm a high enough level to drop a nuke yet. I haven't played out for a couple of months. Oh, at level 40. Oh, I see. Level 20 before starting Mass Effect, and got wrapped up in that. Never tried out Mass Effect. 3 games DLCs. Best trilogy ever played. Cool. Do I buy the anniversary edition? No. Buy the special edition. The anniversary edition, well, it's up to yourself, Igma. But all it is just some modded weapons and some modded quests. To be honest, I think it ruins the game. It's up to you. They'll give you a few quests, which are kind of stupid because it's just all about, reading notes. There's not much interaction in it. They'll give you a few weapons, which you'll find you can make better yourself. And they'll give you a ton of houses, but there's already a ton of houses in the game. Personally, myself, I just go with a special edition. Yeah, you can always upgrade to it after. But I think it would ruin your first playthrough to play with the anniversary edition. The anniversary edition, let's say, would be just something a tiny bit different for people who've played it at least a dozen times or more. Hi FGS. Hi, how are you? Keeping well, I hope. Yeah. I think Igma has seen me play Skyrim Roadrunner. Yeah. So we go with that. I think that works. Okay, let's load this up. Yeah, we've got a good bit done on this FGS. Just hammering out the small stuff. Now, let's get back to this one. Let's see. We should have really slept a long time ago. That should do it. Doing great. Ah, that's good to hear. Let's see how Scam is. I heard things about it. It's pretty popular with most people. Skyrim is the kind of game you either love it or hate it. But if you like games, let's say with shields, swords, bows, large map, lots of fast travel, tons of things to do, and that kind of RPG interaction, it's probably up your street, Igma. Alright, let's get working on this. Oh my. Just a few things to do on this. We'll have to see if we can do something with our corner piece. I have a few things in mind. Well, we'll see how it works out for us. We can pause on the decoration on that for a moment. But this is probably okay. I've got my door in as well. Now, you see my problem here. This is a massive problem for me. So, I actually might have a plan for this one. We'll see how it goes. If it looks really horrible or not. But it might work. It's never easy, let's say, when you're building around something. It's always easier to build something from scratch. Okie dokie, time to hit the bed. Cheers for the stream, and I hope to see you soon. Bye for now. Goodbye, iRock, and thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest and great day tomorrow. Take care, iRock. Bye. And be sure to give Ouija my regards. Stay safe, iRock. Bye. And kill everyone, yeah? Been real busy with work. Nice. It's nice to be busy. Oh, there's plenty of things to kill. Everything, really. Skyrim have a very long storyline. It's got the Thieves Guild quest line, It's got the Dawnguard questline. It's got the Dragonborn questline. It's got the Civil War questline. I could go on forever. It's got the Mages Guild questline. It's got the Companion Guilds questline. It's got a ton, I mean an absolute ton of side quests as well. There's plenty to do. It's a long game, Igma. In my playthroughs, I could spend anywhere from, well, it's usually around 200 hours or more, and I can, go through it pretty quick. For what I do in it, that is. No problem. No problem, my rock. Stay safe. Oh yeah, there's the Bard's College as well. Goes on forever, Igma. Yeah, there is the Bard's College questline as well. And then there's a ton of quests you do for the Jarl and Solitude. That's what I just liked about New Vegas. Yeah, it was pretty short, wasn't it? If you're just sticking to the main quest lines all the time and not kind of grinding on your character, yeah, it can go quickly. Okay. Yeah, okay, we're trying this. So, let's see if we can get this little guy to work. This is a bit of an experiment. This one here for a moment. So, what I need to do is we need to snap these here. Okay, that one there. And that one there. Come on now. There you go. And of course we just scrap that. Now I need two more, so we'll just leave them here for a moment. Okay. Now, if we're lucky, this might actually work out. So we need two of these. Okay. Now we'll remove these here for just 1 second. And then we get these here. And see if we can get them to... Oh, come on. It's just coming out a tad too much. That is a pity, isn't it? It seems to be working. Okay, so we sacrifice a little bit. So you see what I mean. Now, what I really need to do is to see if I can actually push this a little bit more, but I don't think there's any way we'll avoid, you know, not getting that. What I'll do is I'll save this here. But that covers up a lot of problems for me. I mean, an absolute ton of problems for me. Now I'm kinda exited into the game, yeah? Excited, sorry. I know, it's blonde, yeah. My days get longer, Joe. It's not what you think. It goes by, yeah, slower. It's not what that counts, it is. Now, I can still remove an area here from the bike section. But if we did that, we're talking about a full section. Still possible. Because I know pushing that back won't work. Okay, we'll go with what we have. It's just a pity. I'd like to try it. I won't be happy until I try this. Mad Max. Nice. I never got around to playing that. My grandnephews were playing it. I said it was pretty decent. Okay. How far can we actually push this loose section back without going into trouble? Without getting into it, I should say. Well, that's our level there. So if we mess up, we do have a save. Okay, I know what I need to do here. We'll see if we can line it up a little better. Oh, let's check. Well, there's only so far we can push it back anyway, even if it does. Even if it is hidden from the other side. A little bit of breathing room. Yeah, exactly. Cool, Mad Max. It's kind of based, as much as I've seen of it, you know, I think it's kind of based on the movie. There's a races and that, and you know, collection and stuff. Who was playing it? Rudy. Rudy was playing it one time. He had a playthrough for FGS. Remember that? Yeah, I think Rudy was playing Mad Max. You've never seen the movies? Oh my god. Okay, maybe if I get up closer to this guy. Okay. Well, that should not be doing that. I don't think we get much leeway with it anyway, to be honest. Oh, it's already there. Okay. Okay. Well, at least we know now. We'll have to adjust the guys on the inside here. And maybe shorten it down to accommodate. Right. Okay. That's made things a little different. So we would have to take out maybe 2. At least 2. I wonder would that guy carry down here. You know, now that we're kind of going with this. Well, if that's the case, I'm going to have to use a different one of these. Right. Let's go for it. I wonder if that's the same level. Oh my god. What's all that about? There. I can glitch another one in here and I'll put 2 edges on it. But that's giving me a perfect snap point. That's not bad, Jill. That's actually not bad. Oh, such a pity. If I could have doing the same thing along here. But it's possible. You know, to get another one in here. And to sort that edge. Now, this I will have to do the same, I'd say. But I won't be going, well, I try not to, I need to go all the way around the top. This has turned into a bigger job than we thought. I think it will be worth it. There. Now, let's see. Before your time, yeah? The fighting mechanics is just like Batman. Oh, cool. Young Mel Gibson. Yeah, they are a Mad Max. They're pretty, yeah. '79, yeah. No excuse, exactly. Tina Turner, yeah, Beyond Thunderdome. I remember that one. There. Now, this we would probably have to take out two and then work this one. So, that's gone, that's gone, that's gone, and that's gone, and that's gone. And that will be gone as well, and we'll do something else in here. So we're losing a bike. And we're losing the light. And we're losing this. So a little bit of a remodel. What number is this? 17. Oh, because of that edge. Well, it still might work. 17. Okay, it was the right way. There. Right. I'm kind of tempted to do the same here now. I think I will. We'll shorten this down. We'll only have 3 bikes in here. Will mean moving the sign a little bit, but that can't be helped. We don't need another hero. Yeah, that was the one. That was the one. So a bit of a remodel, I'm afraid. Oh, I'll give it an opportunity to do something else. There. Oh, I have something planned for that in a moment. The sign obviously will have to be changed now to the center. But I can do that later. I had this in here to cover this really nasty edge. Now I'm thinking about, maybe putting a dumpster in here. A dumpster would work. Maybe another one here. I wonder, is there any way to get that, let's say, snapped on the other side? Let's have a look. Look it up. My mister, he loves. Yeah, Tina Turner. What did they used to call her before? They had a nickname. The Legs, wasn't it? Yeah. The weather here is quite good. Overcast, but pretty warm. But then it's always overcast here. All the time, so. Yeah. And it's always wet here. Rarely a day passes that it doesn't actually rain. You see, that would be my problem here. We'd have to push that one in. We'll have a look at these ones. Let's see where we're going with them. We have to be doing things like this, you know? I'm not sure if it's worth it, but I can't see any other. I'd have to move out one of them. One of the walls. Maybe. Okay, that snapped on there. Let's give it a try. This is my problem now. There we go. Pity. I still have to use this one. Yeah, we'd still have to use it. There's no way of pushing back that silly thing. Not really. Yeah, I know we'll be able to turn it here again. It will be perfect. There's gotta be a way. Got to be a way. Of course there's a way. We can do this. Well, I prefer to do it the other way. For God's sake. No, I'm not happy with that at all. Yeah, I'll have to hide that in that way. Kitty. Yeah, this is like the worst puzzle ever. Now, this is how I can get the turn on this. And that's my problem here. I am so tempted to run it the whole way down. Move the bikes and get this stuff in. I'm really, really tempted. And then we can get the other guys in there. I think that would work. What it means moving this. Well, I think we have a plan at least. It shouldn't take long to fit those back in. I think we get that silly thing to snap. We'll do the same here and come out at the edge, and that should work, I'd say. Of course, we'll need something on these. Here. Where are they? We'd have to go around with those on the side, but I think we can work it out and get a little plant or something in it. It should work. We have an Australian Shepherd. Cool. Probably the same size. Another Golden Retriever. I had a few as well, Golden Retrievers. Beautiful dogs. Oh, that's a shame, Igma. Nice, a rescue pet. Yeah, once they get to around 14, anything can happen really with the retrievers, yeah. But a friend of mine had a golden retriever, I think he was like 20 before he died, 20 or 21, yeah. So some of them can, live a long time. They do, don't they, Huskies, yeah. Pomeranians are an off-breed, let's say. They're bred from Huskies. But Pomeranians have double coat. So they need constant grooming. Isn't that right, Rex? Yeah. My poor baby is asleep. He is. He's very tired. I'm not scratching your tummy. I'm not scratching your tummy. You're too bold. Yeah, that could probably work. But to be honest, maybe we just go with this. And we can put a railings in or something. That's not a bad look either. Hmm? Well, if we do it that way, we can save the... it's kind of not a bad look. I wonder could we get away with something like that? Yeah, it's got that little kind of grading area. You see that kind of grading area? I wonder if I could possibly center that. Oh, that would be awesome. Or like a kind of guttering. I don't know if I could do that. If I could manage to get one in, that would actually work. Possible, I suppose. Getting a dead center, and we can line it up with these ones. I would have to be pretty spot on this. Something dead center. And it'd all have to line. That would be that. That does not look bad. Yeah, we're getting them all in the center. That might work. And that actually might work. We could even do something like that. On this. I wonder would you, oh, I see. I think that would work. Okay, we have a plan. Took a while, but we got there. Big dogs, yeah, want the most attention. Yeah, really needy. And clingy. Since I've been an adult. Oh. Oh my, try to eat them. I see this, we'd have to turn that one like this. But first of all, we'll get this one in, we'll worry about that in a moment. That was always my big problem. guy. There. There we go. Okay, let's sleep and save. I think we have a new look for this. I think we've got a new look. Oh, hi. Hi, Briar. Hi, how are you? Hope you're doing well. I'm sorry I missed your message. I was just so into that. How have you been, Briar? Keeping well, I hope? I'll show you what we've been doing here. I don't know how much of it you've seen. But this will be our Raider Nightclub at Hangman's Alley. And I'll just save it down here because I'm not really sure about it yet. There we go, outside. So that's how we're roughly going with this. And we're still in the process of building, so there's stuff everywhere. Oh, that's good to hear, Briar. And hi, Moko. Hi, how are you? Keeping well, I hope? And thanks for the luck, appreciate it. How have you been, Moko? So this is from some decorations on the wall, I think. About the best we can do on this edge. A kind of smoking area here. We've finished our bar. We're gonna have a dancer here. Needs a bit of work here. DJ booth here once we get started. This is pretty much done. Maybe needs a tiny bit of work. So now we've been kind of concentrating on this. And this is our entrance. And then we've done some bedrooms and stuff upstairs. We'll try and get a conservatory, some kind of little conservatory thing. At least one Aussie since the 80s. Oh, that's quite some time. And up here, we've done a kind of laundry area. A bathroom. And this, I'll have to think up something to do in this area. The bedrooms are pretty much done. It's just the other balcony I'll have to do something with. Oh, well, thank you, Briar. It's never been an easy build, Hangman's Alley. We're about twice the time so far on this I spent on the last settlement. Tell me, did you see the last settlement I did, Briar? It's a lot different than this. I'm not sure if you've seen it. We based it on the movie Congo. You know, the movie, let's say, based on the Crichton novel with Tim Curry. You know, that lost city of Zinj, the King Solomon's mines and the killer apes. Or sorry, the killer gorillas. But that one was Sunshine Tidings. And that turned out pretty okay. That one only took 46 hours. I think we've been on about 76 hours so far on this. That was the last settlement I did. But much different than this one. If you'd like to see it, just give a text and I'll load it up. So bedrooms here. I eventually came up with this floor plan to make the best of the space we had. This needs lighting, obviously. I haven't really finished here. But this is all a skin I've put, let's say, on the walls, you know, covering the really ugly stuff there. I'll need tons of lighting in here. And that's everything we've done so far, Briar. But you didn't even realise. Haven't seen anything. Oh, since Bates Motel. Well, since Bates, we went straight to Sunshine Tidings, where I had a plan. I rewatched the movie a few weeks before, so I thought I'd try something like that. But that one went pretty quick. Yeah, compared to the bills I do. So this is Sunshine Tidings. And this one took just 46 hours. That's because I didn't have to decorate houses, you know. So this is Sunshine Tidings. So it's a lot different. We've encased the entire settlement with this large boulder wall. We've called it King Solomon's Mines. And this one was for Roadrunner. So that basically just goes all the way around. Basically the same on the other side, going all the way around. We used every inch of this one. Tour time. I think we came straight from Bates Motel, Jill, right to here. The reason we're a bit behind in building is, you know, the every second day Assassin's Creed. Now it'll stabilize once I get in. There we go. Now that's our entrance. And inside we've got our temple. And the apes I was talking about. So that goes all the way around. A border collie. Give anyone yeah, the big dogs will. So this is our base camp. I really like the community here, Croc. Everyone's nice. Well, thank you, Igna. So 5 settlers, Briar, so we just, you know, put 5 sleeping bags in this tent and some rucksacks.
My back hurts. My feet hurt. Everything hurts. Hope you ain't one of them synths. Here to spy on me.
And of course our operations tent.
You hear about that farm run by ghouls? Isn't that something?
If you ain't been up to see Grey God, you should go. Whole place is run by robots.
Now this goes all the way around. And we've got our waterfall. Oh, hi, Detective Andrews. Thanks for following. I appreciate it. And welcome. Sorry I missed your message. I can be pretty absent-minded. Good morning, Daph. And good morning to you also. Hope you've been doing well. You grew a lot since when I first started. Yeah, I've been here, I think about a yearish. Yeah, about a year. So this goes all the way around. The usual thing. Now, the tempo and the pool. So, I did a ton of weeds and some fish. We used some of the green lighting on that. You're hungry. So how have you been, Das? Keeping well, I hope. And you too, Andrews. So our little gorilla feeding ground. And this is just to simulate, let's say, the diamonds. To simulate it. It's the crystals from the game. It's the best I could do. Now we do have a diamond mine. But as usual I've done a little something with the lighting. And it's best to see this one at night. Ah, that's good to hear. I'm fine, thanks, Das, and I hope you're doing well also. Now, we need to fix the weather. And turn off our lights, so this is the way our lighting turned out. Now our diamond mine. Oh, thank you, Briar. We did the classic hidden entrance behind the waterfall. I couldn't resist that. So our entrance is here. And this is our diamond mine. I think the diamond mine turned out pretty decent. You know, way better than I expected it to be. Well, a couple of piles of dirt, a few rocks and ferns. Placed them in the right order there. They finished the job. And that's our diamond mine. Wasn't that hard to do? Just built a square and then added to it. And then placed the rocks piece by piece. Yeah, it's a nice little thing added to it, you know, and it's kind of hidden until, you know, you go beneath the waterfall. And I think that's all you've missed, Briar. Before this one we did Bates Motel. Then we came straight here, and that was 4 to 6 hours to do that. We've been about 76 on the other one. but we've also only been doing it every second day because I've been kind of day on, day off, playing Assassin's Creed one day and Fallout the next. So that took some time, I suppose, yeah. I plug something in and see electricity gives me anxiety so much. Ah. Oh, the hospital, am I? Oh yeah, did you see the medical centre? That's right. I did the hospital, didn't I? Did you see the medical centre, Briar, at County Crossing? That was my longest ever build. That one took 267 hours. Spectacle Island only took 240. It took 27 hours more than Spectacle Island. And such a small settlement. But that was a really big medical centre. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, I think I was talking to you on that. Yeah, the medical centre. Yeah. Yeah, I knew you only missed this one. And then the one we're working on. So let's get back to this one. We see if we can straighten it out. Yeah, that took a while. And the cell took a hit on that one as well, but not as bad as Spectacle Island. Oh my god. That cell screams every time I fast travel back there. So we're going with this kind of look. Now, as usual, I've got to double load this. That was extremely detailed. Took ages to do. Right, we need to sleep and then we can do this one. There's something about, let's say, building the nasty bits on this that makes me really tired. When I'm doing foundations or walls and getting a building up really quick, I don't tire as easily. I'd love to build a town. I wanted to. Spectacle Island will be the thing. The cells just won't take it, Igma. Yeah, they won't take it. Like, I built a large cathedral and then I kind of spread it out with a large cathedral and even a large grounds. And even at that, the cells took an unbelievable hit. The way I see it, let's say, in settlements, like you get to your smaller settlements, let's say with one cell, they can, let's say, take a lot more abuse as an individual cell. Let's say you go to let's say Spectacle Island has 3 cells. So if you get away with a certain amount in a settlement, let's say with one cell, you would think to yourself, well, I'll get away with 3 times as much. No. About twice. If you're lucky. About twice. What tends to happen, I would say, let's say, imagine that's a cell, that's a cell, and that's a cell, and I have a large, massive build over these 3 cells, and basically when I step over the line to the other cell, it's got to load up quickly. Or something like that. But I can feel it at Spectacle Island. I know where all the cells meet. Let's say I'm perfect here and then I just move over here. I'll start to get a bit of rendering or maybe a slight frame drop. And then I move back and I'm pretty okay again. But I think, let's say what they might have done is, let's say on this middle cell, let's say you could ideally put, for instance, 1,000 objects. So you'd imagine 1,000 this side and 1,000 this. I think what they've done is they've limited it, let's say a lot less, maybe half on that and half on that. So, you know, when you step up, you're going from 1,000 to 1,500 and then back again. Just a guess. I'd imagine something like that. But it's hard to know, because with the Bethesda engine it tied a lot of other things together. You know, frame rate, everything. So, and then let's say any settlement you go to that's close to the water can give problems pretty easily. And sometimes you can go there and get away with murder, and sometimes not. It's impossible to tell. Like, I've built this here, and so far it seems to be okay. I could come back here again and do maybe 80% of what I've done here and start to run into problems. There's no kind of rhyme or reason to this game, or the engine. So you can't really bet on it. Yeah, that was absolutely huge. That was ridiculously huge, wasn't it? But you know, the second time I built there, with the large kind of Jurassic Park meets the Institute, I got away with the phasing issue. That's what I'm saying. Instead, it was the outside area took the hit on phasing, and not the actual build. The same thing happened to me with another one. What was it called? It had a greenhouse as well. It was close to where you meet that Deathclaw, where you got that hat for that guy in Bunker Hill. Oh, Green Top Nursery. Yeah. Same thing happened. The outside tile took the hit. Yeah, well, the ones with the tunnels in the sky, that was the one we just left. And there's a new build there now, and that's the King Solomon's Mines. All of those old ones I lost, Igma, due to the 0 kilobyte bug. Remember, it hit about 4 months ago, maybe more. But I've built all these since then. I had 21 settlements that time. Only had 7 uploaded. And totally lost the other 14. But that one, I think I managed to upload that one. The one that was there. That was a kind of space biodome, docked space station type thing. Yeah. Ah, that should do it. No, because it's with Bethesda's servers. It happened. There was never that problem with Bethesda until I started the Creation Club. But I remember about a month or so after Creation Club, it kicked in. It's happened since then maybe 7, 8 times. But it's always, let's say, around the same time they start doing something major in the Creation Club. And this time it was, or the engine, and this time it was during their work on the anniversary edition of Skyrim. Yeah. Exactly. So that was the main reason I started uploading the videos. At least they'll be somewhat safe. I'll have something. But the way it is with Bethesda games, Igma, if you play a lot, or do a lot on them, you'll at least maybe once a year, if not sooner, you'll have to absolutely purge your system. You'll have to wipe everything from cloud and local saves, you know, to get your games working again. Hi Lady Grey, hi. How have you been? Keeping well, I hope. We'll be making some changes on this, but we're getting there. It just needs a bit of work. It needs a lot of work. Oh, I'm fine, thanks, lady. I hope you're doing well also. And this is the kind of junk that I'm trying to fix. Trying to get it, what this I would usually do when I'm not streaming, but I'm kind of at the stage now where I've got to, I've got to sort this one. Now, it wants to go that way, and that's not really the way I want it to go. I want it to, but there might actually be a way of doing this. Okay. Yeah, you see this has been wallpapered. Oh, the other one will drop back too far, I suppose. Okay. I might have a plan for this guy. Or use kind of glitching pillar. And see if it will work. This might work as a glitching pillar. Now, okay. We gotta start on it. So, what have you been up to today, lady? Have you been playing today, or were you just relaxing? Oh, I think it's here. There it is. Now, oh, that's perfect. That actually worked out just perfect. I wonder if I could do the same on the other side. Oh, I'll probably need that one in there anyway, so... Oh, come on. I got it. There it is. That's the one. Okay. There. I'm extremely happy with that. That's done. That's history. Now, this is where the fun begins. And I'll fit these guys back in a moment. This is the problem. But I might be able to get it in the same way maybe I got the other one. Try and force it around the other way. Oh ho! There we go. There we go, guys. Simple after. Now this may be not so simple. You see, how am I going to hide this edge? Oh, I do have a plan. I actually have a plan. We'll see if it works. I think I have a plan. Oh, Skyrim today. Nice. How far are you in your playthrough? Are you almost finished? And did you decide, you know, what you're going to play after that one? Oh, hang on. I was actually on your channel today, wasn't I, Lady Grey? My God. I think I was. Was that yesterday? Was that the day before yesterday or earlier today? I think I was there, wasn't I? And you were too, Jill. Yeah. I think I was. Yeah, I was on, I was on Ben Ray's channel as well. He was still asleep. New playthrough. I was. My God. I totally forgot that one. Oh my God. I'm even forgetting the days. Okay. Now, that's right, you were playing Skyrim. Now I changed the settings and this just might work. Get him to sleep in the bed and you climb in with him. Nice. Oh, I see. That's my problem, hiding that stupid edge. Ah, and that one. Not such a great plan. Where's that piece I was looking for? Oh, of course you scrapped it. You see, that is a biggie. Oh, what can we do? A way to hide this. Yeah. It's coming out really horrible, to be honest. I wonder, can we kind of push it in a bit? That is a pity. Surely there's a way we can hide this. Well, it's not just that, it's that stupid piece. There. That's kind of destroying me, to be honest. Rat. Yeah, this is how I'll work it. More than one way to figure this out. That just might do. And now I just need something to fill that. I think we go with another one again, we'll glitch it again. And that would hide our little edge, I'd say. I've even got a better plan. We'll use a full pillar. I use a full pillar on that one. That won't do it, no. I need a longer one. That one. And that's about the best we can do with that. Oh, that's patchy. Well, this will have to come out a bit. Oh, is that enough? No. It's where it's gonna be. There. I know we gotta get this one out to meet it. And that's the only stupid problem on this. enough. There. Now we have enough room. This is our favorite toy, yeah? Actually, that doesn't look too bad. I don't think we need it now. Silly. Yeah, it's just that one. Always a price to pay, isn't there? Always a price to pay. Do you know what? With the like of that, I think I used a quarter wallpaper. I think I used a quarter wallpaper for that one. I think that one would work. Oh my god, where am I going to build this? Oh my, it's always something with this. Yeah, but that should finish it. I think we have it then. I can run pillars or so. I can do another one the other side just to match it, I'd say. I think we're pretty much done with it then. Oh, hi Soul. I made half a sandwich. Nice. Well, half a sandwich is better than no sandwich, Jill. Fine, thanks. Hope you've been doing well. How have you been keeping? Yeah, we're still slaving away on this one. But I think the wallpaper will save our backside. Just about. There. That's our pillar. That's how rough it was to get that done. I think we have it. But I knew I couldn't need a whole one. That's that. just might have a little something. Now, it leaves us with a little problem here that we're totally going to have to look at. And then the sign, and then we're finished with the walls and that. And we have the minimum to do. We can go with two dumpsters here, one each side. The dumpsters would kind of work. I can fence each side here, I suppose, just a little bit back from the other. This side will have to be probably moved. It's going, what, 2 past? Yeah, it'll have to be moved down a lot. Now, I think we'll save that one. And we'll see if we can brighten this up a little bit. So, let's see. Wrong one. Okay, don't be like that. Okay, I'll just leave you there for a moment. That would have to go in an awful lot. Oh my god. Want to look reasonable about there. No, it's not going to give me the effect I want. Okay. That's a wash. What about this? I've seen worse. I haven't got the other pieces, so... I'll have to postpone that for a while. That could take ages. Absolutely ages. Now, back. Had to get laundry going. I know you are jealous. And welcome back, Roadrunner. Now, This little eyesore. There's a few ways of getting this. So, let's save this. And I think I know how we can get the other one snapped on. Kinda. Actually doing laundry is a lot more exciting than what I've been doing today. Now I'll grab some soda, but if this works, and this should be in pretty quickly. But I knew when I was putting the roof on this that it was going to be a big grind, you know, getting everything done. Because once I had the roof on, you know, I had to make the rest look like it belonged, like it matched. Or did. Mr. always did it. Nice. Now, let's see if this works. Of course, we will have to work on the sign again, but at least we're making good improvements. Now, this is a way we could use to get the outside piece on this. And in theory it should work. So we need 2 of these corner pieces. Oh, I see. One of these. Remove the corner piece. Put this back on. Add another corner piece. On the other side. Remove this one, and this one. Get back on the other side. And now I'll see if I can get a snap on that there. Yay! It worked perfectly. Now, add that one. Remove this one. Replace our wall section. And then put this one back in. And that's it. That's a perfect fit. Yep, that works. You hate laundry, yeah? Was that out? Be domesticated. You're the queen of the castle. Well, you were domesticated one time. And you went feral. Yeah, they do, don't they? You've got no choice. Exactly, yep. You don't feel them until they get old enough to move away. You don't feel the time going. There, we'll get it. We'll get it. Little nightmare, isn't it? Gotcha. There. Now we gotta work on the sign again, but out from that, that's pretty good. I think that would work. So, I don't know either now. Could do with coming out a bit more on that. But I've got the pieces in, so shouldn't be too hard to just edge them out a tiny bit. Yeah, it's coming along. It's evolving a bit. Good morning, Soul. Hope you've been doing well. I will go on a rant about son's cousin killing herself. But this is not the place, for such a downer dog. Oh, that's really sad. It's always horrible when it comes to that stage in someone's life. I had a few relatives that took that option as well. Seems to be more and more common with each successive generation. Now, temperature has actually turned here a little bit. Here, let me put my slippers on. My feet are beginning to get a little chilly. And I'll wear this as well in case I catch a chill. Yeah, this is taking a bit of time, but I expected no less from Hangman's Alley. Okay, where's the arm in this thing? There. That's better. I have the windows open, so there's a bit of a breeze coming in. The temperature has been going up and down like a yo-yo all night. Send over our dog to your Croc. He will lay across your feet and keep them warm. Yeah, one of these guys. One guy lies, let's say, on the pillow just above me, and he wraps around my head like a hat. The other guy, he's usually either down at my feet or lying across my knees. Rex is a good doggy, aren't you, Rex? Yeah, he's here right beside me. But he has to sleep. When he's sleeping, he has to stick his paws into my back or he can't sleep. I think he's afraid I'll run away or something. And he wants his tummy scratched. Who wants their tummy scratched? Hmm? But they've been up messing all night, so they're quite tired. Now, in theory the plan was good, but in reality, you see what I mean? But I think we might be able to adjust this somewhat. That's a fly in the ointment. Right. But once we got a clean snap, it's only a matter of just kind of reversing out a little bit. If we can keep this steady, you know, if it doesn't jump up or down. It should be only a minor hiccup. It's, the snap I had was almost perfect. Only problem is, it was pushed in a little bit too far. So, you see the way the beading, it's showing that much here. Whereas this is right into the wall. Almost perfect. But not quite right. That is a horrible situation when that happens. Okay. I've got to try and stop it. That's... I'll even go to that extent. There's no way to stop that, guys. I'm gonna have to do what I originally said. I'll have to do it the hard way. Unbelievable. It was a great plan, but it totally went sideways. But I do have another plan. I have one more plan. And yes, this will... Croc has jinxed it. There's got to be a way to stop these guys from snapping. There just has to be. There, that way, but... That's not exactly what I wanted. Okay, yeah. Yeah, maybe I'll do something like this. Okay. I'll keep adjusting this one. and eventually get it. Oh, almost. There we go. Come on now, don't snap. Just one piece is all I need. Hang on. Hold it for 1 second. What about this? I think I've got another plan. Gotta work out this little problem because I'm always gonna come up against something like this in the future. Now is the time to work it out. Oh, come on. Ha ha ha. Okay. Only problem with this, we have to be pinpoint accurate on the guess. And that's not going to do it. We need to go in a fraction more. I said a fraction more. Come on. Ah, come on. Oh, that's harsh. Not a hope in holding this. Not a hope. I can't stop the snaps. You can see how far it's off as well. This would be our best option here. Okay, I think I know how to get around this one. Right, okay. There you go. Just needs to come down a tiny fraction. But it's so close. Another fraction. I think I found a way around it. Unbelievable, isn't it? I think I found a way around it. There. I got it. Perfect. Yeah, you should never give up. If I encounter that problem anymore, at least I have a system. There we go. Now it's got the same kind of bordering. Perfect. Yeah, got it. I'd easily create my own snap on the side. Now we've got to fix back Brandon's sign. This is a frustrating mod. You've got to do little things like that, you know. But on some pieces, you just can't turn off the snapping. Impossible. And that's one of them. that deserves a hit of nicotine after that one. I wonder could we'd never fit that. That is a big word. It's not gonna fit across the back row. I doubt it. 1, 2. And what's that covering? No, it takes about 3. So I'll have to stick with this. Let's see how far we're off. Oh, we turned off the snap, didn't we? We did. I'll have to fix all that again. Now, repair on the sign. Now you see why I don't like getting these stuff up before I'm finished. I always wind up, having to fix it again. It's still a pain, yeah, it was. That must be an Xbox console problem. On PC, you can turn... I've just did with the mod. It'll work on some pieces, but not on those. It might be something got to do with a script on it, I suppose. But if I could 100% turn off all snaps, I could have guessed it in a few seconds. Or it makes it interesting, that. It makes it interesting. Now, let's see if we can get these things to snap. Let me see how far we're back. Ah, I see. So, push back 1. Push back of 1. So B should be there. So, take the B. Then the A. Place the B. Put back the A. And then move them along. Oh, hang on. That still won't work. Oh, it's pulling it back 1, isn't it? I will still leave an awful... Ugh. How many's on this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. See, that will push back. Man, who knows, it might work. I think it will be A little bit off on one side. Yeah, one letter actually. So that one letter should be right in the center here. And that B would be just about touching that. And so is the I. So what's this? There is no center one. Well, the plats worked out perfectly. It's dead center. Oh, hang on. It should be dead. It should be way down here. Dead center with these ones. We need to be half, isn't it? On that. Oh, okay. Now I can't see where it's going. Dead center on the line. Yeah, always a problem, isn't it? Oh my. Oh, your yawning is contagious. I'm always yawning. Lurk activated, no problem, Jill. Good night, everyone. Take care. Hope you all enjoyed the rest of the day. And you too, Jill. Thanks for stopping by, hanging out. I appreciate it. Hope you have a great rest and hope you have a great day tomorrow. Stay safe, Jill. Bye. Okay, this is not impossible, but it kind of seems that way. I hate messing with these letters. But I wonder if... One second. Yeah, they're almost impossible. But, you know, if I turn the snap off, might work on those ones. If it doesn't work, we'll try the grid snapping as well. Just gotta get one in. The other one will be easy enough. Just place the A in the center and work on the two ends. It's an even number, so it's always harder to get the sign in. Oh, perfect, it works. I think. Not a problem with doing it this way. Is what was happening was this guy will keep moving out. My God, this is. Oh, we turned the snap off, didn't we? I need to see if it's. No, that's turned. You see what I mean? Nothing can convince me, but that thing is turned. Oh, we'll chance it. But I think it's turned. You would think the grid snapping thing would push it through and keep it straight, but it doesn't seem to be working that way. Slightly off. Slightly. Well, I know the distance I've got to go. It's not a lot. It's really not a lot. Actually, I might leave that sign for a moment, because I think I have another plan for that one. There is a small possibility I might be fixing this sign and moving it again, because I am kind of half entertaining the fact of putting another row of beading. See, coming from here all the way down. So if I do, this is obsolete then, because it's going right over the sign. Yeah, I'll leave that, because I'll be working on this after, and I'll get this fixed. I'll be moving, well, I'll be looking, you know, to maybe move this writing down again. Or maybe even putting it here. I'll have to break it into two sections. I wonder, could we put it out here? might not be entirely impossible. It wouldn't be easy. No, it would probably have to be in... It's a pity I couldn't size those pieces. If I could size them, well, that would be awesome. No, we need another trim along here. That would even take a while putting that in. And then I'll have to sort out then what I want to do with this sign. This will be dropping down a bit. That I'll have to work out later. Because if I put it up, I know I'm going to be taking it down again. I should really finish a thing before I start doing the decorating. I might even come up with a way of putting it here instead. But I kind of like that. Now, what I might do as well is add something on this. It's a bit, you know, off-centered as well. I'll have to rethink the sign. I think I will. I'll have to rethink the sign before we go any further. Let's see what else we can do here for the time being. There's a few things I've got to repair up here. But I want to get the end of the hour out, and that will be my... Well, I usually do... Well, I've always done 4. I always push it... Well, try and push it to 6. And this time I've made my 6. Well, I've still a few... 5-10 minutes left. I'll show you another thing that I have to do. And we've got to smarten up this area. That in particular. But out from that, this wasn't a problem before. But it's a problem now. Since I decided to roof this. So this will be easy. That's pretty simple putting this piece in, I'd say. Again, I suppose I'll use paper on this one. We'll fill those in. And then I'll see what I can do with that. You should never put decorations up until you're happy with the build. Are you kidding me? Oh, there it is. Oh, come on. There. It's not bad. Yeah, that would work. A bit patchy. It's always going to be patchy, isn't it? I don't think there's much we can do about that. Cool. Nah. Nah, we'll have to make do. Something like that. Even at that. Where the writing is situated in this game, it's right in my way. That will do. Oh, hang on. Yeah, we can probably do something like this. God. Must have really put these walls off a lot, didn't they? Just can't get that line out of it. There. That will have to do. We could be forever at that, but that piece is off so bad. That's the best patching we can do. So, that's patched up. I'll have that fixed by the time I'm back again if it kills me. But we did a lot on this section. Some pretty nasty stuff to get fixed as well. I've got to replace that one as well, so I'll go down here and I'll save it. But I say it'll take me some time to get out of this later today or early tomorrow. Right, I'll leave it here guys, and I'll be going straight to raid. And of course I'll be back tomorrow again at the same time. But before I go, I will say farewell to everyone I can, and then I'll be lurking on the channel I raid. Again, I'd like to thank everyone for joining me, for watching. I appreciate it guys, appreciate the support. And you too, Das. Have a good day and stay safe. Bye. And you too, Roadrunner and Lady Grey. No problem, my pleasure guys. And thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. So to, and hi, Zaid. Hi Zaid. How is it pronounced? Zado. Yeah, hi Zaid. How are you? I was just getting ready to go up and on 6 hours. Well, I'll show you Zaid, what I was doing before I go. This is Hangman's Alley. We're making a raider nightclub here. We'll have some, ghoul bartender, ghoul dancer, or dancers, we're not really sure yet. And we're probably bringing in Hancock for security, to act as the muscle outside. But this is what we've been doing. We were doing this on Xbox. We're using Snappy House Kit, SOE, and USO. And they're all free mods on Xbox. So, I'm not sure how much of this you've seen, but I've been fixing up parts. We've been quite some time on this, doing this one. This is one of my longer builds. So Hangman's Alley. So something like this here. This is our kind of smoking area. And I think we'll probably dress up some of the NPCs as raiders as well. We're going to be putting a DJ booth there. We've finished our bar. Of course, we'll have a bartender eventually. We've yet to finish this area, but we are putting our dancer here. That's actually a dancing pole. Little recreational area here. Little bike park here when we're finished. We've roofed it over. And this is our back entrance. You see, they've already got this stuff here. Originally in the game. We just added this. So we're still working on it, but that's the downstairs area. Now, upstairs, there's still a reasonable amount of work to do on it. Laundry area. Bathroom. Well, we're thinking about a little kind of conservatory here with some plants. Bedrooms here. And this will eventually go out into another large balcony area overlooking our back entrance. And that's everything I've done so far in it. Is it pronounced Zaid or Zaid? Yeah, I knew a guy once called Zaid. It's probably Zaid. And that's everything I've done, Zaid. So, goodbye, Lady Grey, Roadrunner, Das. Take care and stay safe, guys. Also, Jill, Hufflepuff, Tigger, FGS, and MJ. Hope you all have a good day. Also, Briar and let me see. Briar and Roadrunner. Take care, guys. And Ben Ray. Thanks for stopping by, Ben Ray. And of course, Yoshi, stay safe. And I think Brandon might have been on today. Oh, hi, Stony Fox. Hi. How are you? How have you been keeping? Hi, Quinn. Thanks for the raid, Stony. I appreciate it. And welcome, raiders. I was just getting ready to go, but I'll stay on and I'll do a little settlement tour for you guys before I keep the raid chain going. But I've done a bit on the settlement, let's say, since the last time. Oh, hi, Lazy. Hi, Lazy Turtle. And hi, Radioactive TV. And thanks for the follow, Love Quinn. I appreciate it, and welcome. So this is Hangman's Alley. We're doing this on Xbox, and we're using the free mods from Bethesda. Oh, no problem. Yeah. No, it's okay. Yeah. I was in no rush. And no need to apologize, Tony. This is Hangman's Alley. We're using, well, I'm using, I should say, 3 main building mods: Snappy House Kit for Xbox, USO and SOE, and a few various decorating mods. Not a lot, because on Xbox we only got 2 gigabytes. I was just about to ask you if this is Hangman's Alley. Yeah, it's a hard build, radioactive, a very hard build. I've never seen the billboard mod. It's from a decorating mod called Not Your Average Neon. Yeah. Hi, Davey. And nice to meet you also. It's a pleasure, Davey. So, this is what we've done here. And I'll show you the one I've done before this. The one I've done before this took only 46 hours. We've been about 80 hours on this so far. It's an extremely hard build. But it will be a raider nightclub. We'll be getting in ghoul dancers, ghoul bartender, and probably bring in Hancock for security. We'll leave him outside and dress him up really tough. And this here is from the SOE, it's the VR section. So, kind of smoking area outside. But Snappy House has been around a long time. I'm sure you guys have seen it before. So this will be our dance floor, and because it's a raider nightclub, we kind of went with the ghoulish headless body on each of these. I finished my bar. It's a bit dark in here. I will be adding more lighting, but I tend not to do that till the end of the build because I change it so much. And thanks for the follow, Davey. I appreciate it, and welcome. So the bar is finished. It doesn't matter about no access because once I assign a settler, they pretty much spawn in there, you know. I was thinking about putting some bars over this. So what I'll do is when I have it finished, I'll have a look at it again. I'm having problems with the dance mats. They're not... Well, it's not really the dance mats, it's Hangman's Alley. It does some strange things with mods. You know, anything like assignment mats, you can have problems. But so far, I can get a dancer on this. And you know, I've got these kind of signs. I've just put them there, I'll be using them later. Yeah, but there's an old feathered dress. I think it's from one of the NPCs. But I did test run it there at one stage, and I thought it was, you know, really funny. But once this is done and the lighting is in, it will look a lot better. So this runs through like this. But it's a mess now because I'm still building. This will be a kind of little bike area. Again, I need lighting. And I don't use any mods, let's say for settlement extension or height. So this is pretty much the size of the settlement. Upstairs, well, I finished the bedrooms 100%, I suppose that's one good thing. There'll be two large balcony areas, well, one and one kind of conservatory, I think. This still needs work. I've done a laundry here. And our bathroom showers are through here. I'm thinking about, you know, lots of fern plants and seeding here. And this is our bedroom. A kind of zero privacy bedroom. But it's a raider nightclub, I don't think they'll complain too much. Oh, well, thank you, Quinn. I'll fast travel to another settlement I did just before this, and I based it on the movie Congo. I'm not sure if you've seen it. It was a 95 movie with I forget his name. But it's based on the Crichton novel. Basically it was, you know, the lost city of Zinj, King Solomon's mines. And it was guarded by trained killer guerrillas. Pretty interesting movie if you've never seen it. But it's called Congo. I need some more lighting here, we're still in the process of building it. But I'm about twice as long as on this now as I was with finishing the other build entirely. So this is Sunshine Tidings. Well, thank you, Davey. Yeah, this is Sunshine Tidings. So we call this obviously King Solomon's Mines. So we did encase it with a large boulder wall, and that's from a mud called Grounded. I'll give you the boulders, and using another mud called Place Anywhere. You know, it's possible to build large structures in stone with a kind of natural look. So that actually goes all the way around. We used up every single inch of this place. So inside, we'll get a little bit of a frame dip as we walk the stairs. But once we get inside, you know, we're just on the edge of the cell. It's normal enough. There we go. So this is our entrance. And these guys are from a mod called Better Stores. But you get exactly the same ones on the USO mod, except I find the ones on Better Stores to be a little bit more stable, in a sense that when you turn off your console and turn it back on, they haven't glitched to the ground or have gone missing. It all depends, you know, on the settlement. So this is our temple. So it goes around something like this. Oops. And this is our explorers camp. We have 5 of them here, so yeah, the 5 sleeping bags.
You know what I call a good day? One that ends without an empty stomach. Lost track of how many blisters I got.
And our main tent where we have,
Got work to do. Can't
you know,
talk
all
now.
of our equipment and stuff.
Got a dangerous look about you. Hope you ain't here for me.
Crop's coming in pretty good.
This comes around under here. And of course we've got our large pool. The fish are from a mod called G2M, I think. But you'll need the Fire Harbor DLC. It's basically the only thing I would use from that mod, and you know, anytime I'm doing a large water feature I try to add something. It's nice to get something moving, not static. And these are actually crystals from the game. Using Place Anywhere, I added them like this to kind of simulate diamonds. Our gorilla feeding ground. And of course our waterfall. Now I've done something here with the lighting, and I also have a diamond mine. So we need to wait till dark. You see this the way it was meant to be. I did a Bates Motel build as well. I don't know if you guys seen it, based on the Hitchcock movie, and I think there was a TV series as well. But the Hitchcock movie was Psycho. I think it was 1960s or the very early 60s. Pretty famous movie, you know, probably best known for the murder, shower scene murder. Now, I clear the weather. Turn off my light. And this is how it looks at night. It's a simple enough thing, you just, you know, glitching yellow lights into the trees. And the trick is to kill down the light, you know, so you get a kind of darkish feel to it. And that's our pool. I used Omni light source on SOE to do the lighting on that. USO for trees and stuff. And SOE for water. I don't think I've used... Oh, I did use Snappy House. The walls here are Snappy House. And that's from a mod, the boulders called Grounded. And I think those are USO as well, the plants. Now our diamond mine, we went with a classic secret entrance behind a waterfall. And this is our diamond mine. Complete with shovel. It does. It's very intense. I did try to drop it a couple of notches on the lighting, but once I lit up the temple with a yellow light, it wasn't so bad. It's very hard to dim down the SOE lighting. It seems to ignore everything in its way, as if it wasn't there. It's very susceptible to bad weather as well. You know, it would affect the lighting, it would dim it down, and sometimes knock it off. That's why I always clear the weather. And that's our diamond mine. And that's Sunshine Tidings. Oh, why thank you, Lazy Turtle. Now, another one I quite liked as well is My Bates Hotel. It's basically a fix-up. It's, you're probably familiar with it, Croup, or is it Coop Manor? There's a bit of a backstory to that as well. You know, there's another cell beneath it where you open the door, and you know, there's a computer you can read. It's something got to do. I think it's the guy's uncle for the mysterious serum quest. You remember that one? But this one is Croup Manor. There it is. Croup. It is Croup, isn't it? So basically a fix-up. But the fix-up ones are the hardest because it's easier if you can start from scratch. So that's Group Manor. We didn't scrap any of it. You know, we had to patch it up. So I'll show you the outside. Trees can make or break a settlement. If you can give some kind of natural coverage on a settlement, it looks a lot better. But an extremely hard house to fix. Very slow going. But extremely stable here, which is unusual because, you know, usually these settlements that are around any kind of body of water tend to give a lot of problems. And there's our UFO. So, went with the large gardens. Now, he was doing some weeding. The assignment mats are touch and go. I could fast travel back here again and he could be actually weeding. This is our settlement sign, Bates Motel. I've added these, I don't know if they're ravens or crows, they look like ravens. As a kind of reference to another Hitchcock movie, The Birds, which would probably be better known than Psycho. So the garden goes all the way around. Of course we have our little carport. And this guy was painting. Probably next time we'll come back he'll be painting again. Maybe he's on a lunch break. Who knows? And of course, this one is working at least. This is our barbecue. Now, this is our Bates Motel. So, what I did was, to play Norman Bates, I got a ghoul. You know, survived a war and, you know, set up shop here and, you know, carried on with the murders. If you're not familiar with the movie, it was basically this guy and his mum, they were running a motel. And his mum died, but, you know, his mind cracked, he couldn't accept it. He thought she was still alive. He held his mum's body, dead body, in the room in a rocking chair, and believed she was speaking to him, you know, telling him to murder the guests, and that's what he actually did. So here he's set up shop and he's luring in vault dwellers, specifically Vault 111 dwellers. So inside here, so everyone here is a human settler except Norman. He's a ghoul. Yeah, as we were making it, we decided to add a bit of lore to it for a change. So this is Norman, our murderous proprietor. There was an assignment mat for a butcher, but it worked out pretty decent on that one. I didn't expect it to have that kind of dagger. I thought it would be a kitchen knife. So that's our reception. Through here we have our kitchen. Now, to get to the rest of the building, we have to go through the other doors. I could not repair the walls enough to make another entrance. I'm living for the Bates Motel build. Did you know they use chocolate for the blood? That's right. I did read about that. They used, they used that chocolate sauce thing. Yeah, in the shower scene. But apparently, when that came to the cinemas, I think it was 1960, people were really shocked and trying to ban it. So apparently the Karens in the 1960s were just as bad, if not worse, than today. Imagine if they've seen the movies that are being made now, 60 years later. Ban chocolate. Might not be a bad idea. So inside, we've done a bar here on this one. A chocolate ban. Now this is put in specifically because of the wall I couldn't repair. I don't use scrap everything, it's too unstable. For Xbox at least. So that's our bar. And that's some old floors I glitched here to make the roof. Now this goes down to our basement area.
The farm's not much, but it's something.
As I said, that goes into another cell. You can't build inside. But it has a decent amount of lore, you know. Didn't it almost get banned because it was the first movie to show? Probably. Oh my god. That's a good one. Oh. And we thought we had it bad, let's say, with the Karens of today. So upstairs we have our recreational area. And this is a little bit more lore friendly, I suppose. You remember that one, Radiation King, New Vegas? And I used the old reverse painting trick to get the back on that fireplace. This runs into our music room. The only reason we made a music room is because we had the piano. And of course Dad, so that's our music room. Now we have our shower scene here. So we've got the bloody mat, and of course our victim. And I couldn't believe it when I had this sign in one of my menus. Beware the sign of the devil 111. So with that I dressed my settlers involved 111 outfits. Kind of fitted in with the whole thing. Now upstairs we have two large guest rooms, and of course Norman's room, which is straight across. But this is guest room number 1. I used the lace curtains, if you remember the movie. And this extension I built, it was a roof. But we needed a bit more room. You know, having just one guest room was not enough. Oh, pretty much the same here. Another thing I could do about this, that's the old roof. I glitched glass over these windows, so we seem to be okay on that side. And this is Norman's room. And if you can remember in the movie, his dead mum was in a rocking chair, wasn't it? We couldn't exactly do that, but I think we did the next best thing. And this is Norman's mum. This was actually the most dignified pose we could get. We had serious problems putting this in. It took about half an hour to figure it out. The skeleton is not static, so when we put it on the bed, it would glitch and bounce all over the place. You know, much like, let's say, when you kill an NPC in the dungeons in that Bethesda game Oblivion. But the way around that... well, it looks like my current wife. We glitched in some rubber mats from Voltec here. You can see the edges. And we made a platform within the bed. So eventually, after about 4 tries, we got the skeleton to kind of lie that way. More healthy than yours. But you should have seen some of the other poses it fell on. One, oh, we laughed so much doing that. So we've got handcuffs and oil and disturbing painting, coffin candles, medical bag and medical cooler. A little bit of a kind of Ripper look. And of course the wheelchair. And of course my little contribution. The Home Sweet Home sign. I was tempted to put Norman here, you know, looking out the window, or at least a female, his mum, but that would kill it. You remember he would imagine his mum was looking, you know, out at him through the window, but he was crazy. And that's my Bates Motel build. Oh, why thank you, Stony Fox. But my favourite is actually a small build I did in Far Harbour on a settlement called Dalton Farm. But I have 4 builds on that one. So we'll land on one and I'll go straight to the next. But this was in around the time I lost all of my settlements due to the 0 kilobyte bug. It's most prevalent on PlayStation, but we do get it on Xbox as well. We'll land on this one. This is a Red Rocket themed biker bar. but we'll fast travel straight away from here to the other one. And this is Echo Lake Lumberyard. It's, in my opinion, the second hardest build to do. Only second to the likes of Bunker Hill. The castle is a cakewalk compared to this.
Every day.
But this is the one I want to show you here. Dalton Farm.
Hey.
Make it more creepy. The problem with doing that is getting the right shading, Davey. I did try my hardest. It's like you're gonna get it maybe a tiny bit too bright or way too dark. It's basically the lesser of two evils. I tried everything with lighting, even shading it out. But it's extremely hard to, maybe if I had more mods, the right type of mods, I would be able to get it more shadowed. Now, I despise the DLCs in this game and I'm building because it's literally impossible to control the weather. But I will try, even with mods. I like this because I like historical buildings. So this is our dock. And up here, our settlement. We took a stab with the mods I had at the White House. We did the best we could with what we had. So this is our presidential launch. And obviously this is a Secret Service guy.
My kids ain't gonna believe the stories about you.
Or security. So this goes all the way up to our settlement. So I went for the kind of something different, a kind of ground level greenhouse that goes all the way around the settlement. Now let me clear this weather again. So I went with 2 Minutemen statues. I thought would be most appropriate. I tried to model it as best I could, but with the limited pieces I have, it was very hard to do. Oh, why thank you, Davy. The fountain is placed roughly, although the original one is a lot smaller. The red flowers are similar. No statues, obviously. But even the light, let's say, although the modern White House has, a lot of security doors and glass and stuff. So I kind of based it a little bit more like on the 1812 version. How long did this take? Well, I don't really know, but the 4 builds I did here took over 17 days. I would imagine this one took about... it was quite hard. I had problems with the inside. So I would say maybe about 120 hours. I would guess. Maybe it took a lot less. The 4 I did here together. I know how much time the 4 builds took, but not this one in particular. But after this, to play it safe, I did a separate save for every settlement. This is the only ones, let's say, that wouldn't have separate saves. But I thought it was safe enough, you know, being a DLC. So we have our Paul Revere statue. And we used a Bunker Hill monument from the USO mod as a kind of Washington needle in the background. But every settlement, let's say, out from the 4 I have done here, I could tell you exactly how long. But you'll have to take off a good bit of time for that as well, because, you know, as I'm building, I'm stopping like this, I'm chatting, and going on settlement tours as well. So for every 100 hours building, about 70-ish would be actual building, maybe even less. I'd say what would take me 100 hours to do streaming, I could probably do in 50, you know, or maybe 60. Now this is an exact replica of the Bunker Hill Tower. Oh, my dogs are awake. Let the fun begin. Now, I wanted to use the vanilla fireworks in this, but I'm using a mod called Settlement Electricity Overhaul, and it kind of bugged out the fireworks. The only thing, well, it didn't bug it out, but it powered it up remotely, and seeing as the trigger mechanism on the fireworks is power, it just stays on all the time. So when you load it up, it would just go off automatically without wiring. So it kind of finished that plan. Now the inside, we modelled it on, you know, kind of early 1800s kind of a look. Only because we had to, obviously, the other pieces we had. So we've got another guy here, another agent feeding some fish. 2 guards at the entrance.
Take it one day at a time. Hard times.
So this leads up to the bedrooms, and we've got a double staircase here. 2 long hallways, and our reception area. See what I mean about this weather? probably changed the weather maybe 5,000-6,000 times on this build. That's why I wanted to get a fire hammer done, you know, just to get out of this weather changing thing. It became very, very annoying. So that's a reception area and a receptionist. Down here we have our press room. And of course this is our president. Over here we have our kitchen.
The fog. It's dangerous, okay?
Now, there's two more main rooms down the other end. Really? This is our dining room. And this is our first lady. We got a library in here. Now, I have a mod called Creative Clutter where I use the candles from, but a few weeks ago I think it was, I got an update, and what happened was it dropped the candles to the floor. So I'll eventually have to come back here, spend 5 or 10 minutes, you know, putting them back on the tables. And that's what updates can do. She should be the golden lady. That's one of the original red dresses from the game. There's one in blue as well. And the red one I thought kind of went better. And that's our library. Now upstairs. Now we'll take this one. So again, just a little seating area. Now we have 16 bedrooms. 8 down here and 8 down here. So 4 are here. Now each room is designed and decorated exactly the same. Rug, bed, table with radio, and table with reed and candle. So they're all exactly the same. The layout in this is identical also. The same bedroom layouts. And identical down here as well. Where am I going? This was a nightmare to place, but I eventually got it. So all exactly the same. But we actually have the Oval Office here. This is our little secret door. And this is the best I could do. And this is our Oval Office. Well, kind of oval. Our desk. And just some seating area, let's say, with books and magazines and that. We were careful not to put any electric lighting in. Well, visible at least. So we went with these. I tried to do as much as I could on it. This goes out to a balcony. Now, the only other thing of note here will be the outside lighting again. So we'll wait till midnight. We'll go outside. And we have to clear the weather. And that's what we did. We just had blue to the pools on the background, let's say within the tower, so it kind of, the damaged pieces kind of light up in blue. The White House sign. And the same kind of, yellow tint on the gardens. Now, only at night can you see the smoke coming from the chimney stacks. It's not really visible during the day. What I like about this the most is the view, the sky in the background. They should add that in real life. And that's our Dalton farm, White House build. Now, I load up my original save. I'll have to load it twice. To avoid bugs. And again, loading from this one. There we go. I'll show some other settlements tomorrow when I'm on, but I've been on 7 hours and I'm absolutely spent. So what I'll do is I'll go straight to a raid. Hopefully some of our friends will be streaming, but I shall be back tomorrow at the same time. I alternate lately between two games, Fallout 4 and Assassin's Creed Valhalla. But I always do Fallout 4 on the second day. It was Skyrim, I was alternating until that was finished, and now it's Valhalla, just to mix it up, because I've been building for about 12 months non-stop, and I was fearful of burning out, And you too, Stony Fox. Thanks again for stopping by, and thanks for the raid, I appreciate it. Hope you have, what time is it for you? Early morning. Hope you have a good morning and a great day. Stay safe, Stony. Bye. And no problem, Turtle. My pleasure. I'll say farewell to as many of you as I can, and then, yeah, we'll see who's streaming, and I will be lurking on that for as long as I can, until I fall into a coma. Good night, Stony. Stay safe. And again, thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. And you too, Davey. Thanks for stopping by. And to you guys who followed me also, thanks for following, guys. I appreciate it. So, goodbye, Davey and Stony and Turtle. Take care, guys, and stay safe. Also, MJ, Hufflepuff, Lady Grey, Tigger, FGS, and Jill. Thanks for stopping by, guys. And I think I mentioned MJ. And let's see. And of course, Quinn. Thanks for stopping by, Quinn. And Radioactive. Have a good one. And you too, Stony. Stay safe. Let's see what else is here. Lady Grey. And of course, Roadrunner. Take care. And is it Zaid or Zaid? I think it might be Zaid. And you too, Das. Hope you have a great day. Let's see what else is here. Oh yes, Briar. Take care, Briar. And Soul. Have a good one, Soul. And I think Fall Boy was on. Stay safe, Fall Boy. There was a lot on, but my memory is not great, especially when I'm tired. So I'm totally relying on my message board, and of course Igma. Take care, Igma. And that's everyone that's there. So my apologies if I missed anyone. But to everyone who was watching, thanks for the support, guys. I appreciate it. And I hope everyone has a great day. Have a good night. Take care. And you too, Davey. Stay safe. So, okay. I'll be going straight to a raid. And I'll be staying on that and lurking until I pass out. So again, guys, thanks for stopping by. Right. Let's see who's streaming.